Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sean Atkins, Mayor Pro Tem. I will be presiding over our work session this evening in the absence of our mayor. At this time, I'd like to call our work session for the month of May 2026 to order. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please sound a roll call?
Councilmember Hemming.
Present.
Councilmember Friedley will not be in attendance. Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings.
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Present.
Councilmember Caldwell.
Present.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Council members, if you've had an opportunity to look over the agenda, and if there's anything on the agenda that you are the sponsor for that you'd like to have removed or reordered, if you would please just take a moment to look over the agenda so that we may take care of that housekeeping matter before we get started with the meeting. I'll give you just a few minutes.
Amen.
Councilmember Martin Rogers,
Yes.
you may be recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to add under presentations that we have a discussion of the FY27 budget. At length, we discussed this item last Monday, and we were scheduled to have the budget book presented to us tonight, and also an additional discussion about the budget. So I'd like to add that as a presentation for item number 4, please.
Let's see here. So, in the presentations, okay. Is there anything, and I know that our city attorney stated that she will be arriving just a little after the 6:30 hour. She got held up in some traffic. I just want to make sure that at what point do we stop adding to the agenda? But I'll keep that in mind, Councilmember Martin Rogers, to make sure that if we are able to then add that to this agenda, that we will.
So this is the thing, Council Member Pro Tem. We discussed this at length. I do believe that the mayor should have added it during that discussion because in that discussion, questions were asked. We had lengthy dialogue. We even mentioned having a special call meeting about what has been presented, and council members discussed having the document in a more formal condition. He said the city manager, he would prepare a new budget book. Other council members talked about not having enough information, and the city manager was working on a new version. He also said that he has to go back. He didn't know that it was on the agenda for last Monday, but he wanted time for a more formal document presentation, and the expectation was May 18th, we would have the final presentation, but May 11th, I believe Councilmember Caldwell mentioned May 11th. I also believe Councilmember Hemming mentioned May 11th, and also Councilmember Cummings mentioned May 11th that we would have a budget presentation this evening for a friendlier, easier to read, condensed to department, and easier to understand budget.
Okay. Councilmember Martin Rogers, I understand that it is my recollection, and we can go back and look, is that the body had a motion and a vote that we would receive the revised budget this evening. Ms. Cartwright stated that we would hold a hearing on next Monday during the council meeting, and then as well on the 25th at a special call meeting. I am in agreement with that. What I stated before is that we, in terms of adding items to the agenda and wanting to make sure we give the viewing public and any citizen ample time to participate in this session, I just wanted to make sure that we're able to add some additional items. So I am not opposed to that, but once the city attorney gets here, we will review that matter. Are there any other additions or edits to the agenda that you'd like to have either rearranged? Councilmember Hemming, I'll start with you.
Mayor Pro Tem Atkins, I'd like to move my item strategic realignment to the August 2026 work session. This item and presentation describes a number of things to include the history of the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan Act, and other funding that has been used to support key initiatives in the city. And it also clarifies the purpose of realignment. However, given some feedback, I think it'd be better for us to wait until after the budget discussion to reconsider this item.
Is this item number 2?
Item number 2, strategic
presentation?
realignment.
And you want to move that to August, you stated?
August 2026.
Okay. Is that all you have?
That's my only item.
Thank you. Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the request for the presentation. My recollection is it was two separate requests, and the only reason being is because there's been two community meetings that have taken place at length. However, there had not been a presentation to council. And so the request that, which was my original request, is that we have a presentation to council, which we mentioned the presentation would take place today. In addition to that, it was mentioned that we were working on another budget book that kind of aligned all of the information slightly differently, but there were two different requests. There was a presentation, what was presented to the community be presented to us today, and then there was a, Ms. Cartwright mentioned that they were going to be refining the book, so.
Just for the viewing public, what Councilmember Caldwell stated, there have been two budget hearings. Actually, the city has actually sponsored three, if I'm not mistaken. There was one here at City Hall, one at the City Annex, and then there was one virtually. Again, Madam Deputy Clerk, if you would just be able to go back to the minutes. I recall that the motion was for us to receive a revised budget this evening, and that we would then have a hearing at the May 18th, I think, meeting, and the 26th, actually, because that Monday is Memorial Day. So I'm not opposed to that. I'm just waiting to see, because if we continue to add items to the agenda, it's disingenuous to the viewing public and to our citizens, because they've not had an opportunity to receive agenda in advance, and then there may be items on here. So I just want to make sure that we're within the cutoff time, because the meeting has already started. I've already called the meeting to order. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm just wanting to get some clarity around that. Councilmember Martin Rogers, do you have anything additional?
I was going to add, since Councilmember Hemming has removed her item, perhaps we can make that item number 2. Because again,
Yes, again, I am not opposed to it. I'm just waiting for the city attorney to come.
Okay.
So again,
All right.
I'll state that once again, okay?
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember Ziegler, anything? No? Councilmember Mitchell? No. Okay, Councilmember Cumming? Okay. Council members, thus far, we've got the removal of item number 2 under presentations that is sponsored by Councilmember Hemming. She has requested that be moved to our August 2026 meeting. We've also gotten a request from Councilmember Martin Rogers and Caldwell that we would add an additional item regarding the FY27 budget, and we will wait for our city attorney to arrive. I just want to make sure that adding additional items after the meeting has started without giving public due notice, that we are able to do that in all fairness to all parties engaged and involved. So with that, we've had our call to order, and we'll then start with our first presentation.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm in again, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hemming.
Yes, I'm curious about the order of tonight's agenda. We have several visitors for a couple of items. For example, we have at item number 18,
Yes.
we have the Delow Village project. At item number 19, we have the Carl's Development East Point Exchange project. And forgive me, I'm making sure that I'm covering all of the, I'm not sure if there would be somebody here for the item number 12, which is the Crew Lounge project.
12 is a license.
Only,
It's
okay.
a liquor license.
All right, so at least for those 2 items, I recognize that we do have an order for this evening, but I would be, oh, and excuse me, for item number 1, which is a presentation that's submitted by Councilmember Ziegler, that also is another visitor to the city. And so my curiosity, Chair of the meeting, would be that you reorder these to accommodate some of those visitors who have important and time-sensitive things to share with us this evening.
Absolutely, and that is without objection to the chair. So council members, are you in favor of moving those agenda items up so that we would hear those before their currently scheduled time at 18 and 19? And we can move those up to an earlier agenda item, maybe make it 9 and 10. So Councilmember Hemming, if you would make a motion, Councilmember Martin Rogers, you can second, we can go into
Second for discussion.
discussion. Well, let's get the motion first.
I move Mayor Pro Tem to, after presentation by, regarding number one, the East Point Yard Program, that we then hear items number 18 from the Delow Village, and then number 19, authorizing the acceptance of the Kairos Development Cooperative Agreement. So numbers 18 and 19 to follow presentation number one.
Okay. Is there a second for discussion?
Second for discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Martin Rogers, you're recognized.
I would like to know if they are the only visitors here this evening besides our city employees. I know there was mention of number 18 and 19. Is there anyone else in the room associated who is visiting with us this evening? Are those the only items?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the audience and if you've got an item on this agenda and if you're not a city employee, would you please state your name and what your agenda item is? Going once, going twice, going three times, seeing none. So with that, the motion made by Councilmember Hemming is to move items number 18 and 19 to replace, to go as the first items under new agenda items, and they would then become 9 and 10. That motion was seconded by Councilmember Martin Rogers. Any other discussion? I'm sorry?
Mayor Pro Tem, that wasn't my motion.
What was the was it not
I'm in for
to move it to under first? Oh, it's under after the presentation.
To hear it after item number one, correct.
After item number 1, okay? So the motion, I stand corrected, made by Councilmember Hemmings to move items number 18 and 19 to be heard after item number 1. That motion was seconded by Councilmember Martin Rogers. Any other discussion?
I'm in.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I think it's up to the chair's discretion. I'm not sure if a motion is needed.
I'm okay with it.
Okay,
It's without
okay,
objection by the
okay,
chair.
thank you.
I stated that. Councilmember Cumming, did you have anything? No? Okay. All in favor, sound aye.
Aye.
All opposed, sound nay. Hearing none, the ayes have it. We'll move those agenda items up. Council members, are there any items on the agenda that we'd like to move to consent?
Under new?
Yeah. Okay.
Item number 9.
It's a cooperative agreement. I'd like to hear that.
Number 10.
I'd like to hear that one.
Councilmember Cumming would like to hear that one.
Number 11.
Number 11 is Metro Engineers Multiplex, not to exceed 39. Councilmember Martin Rogers would like to move number 11 to consent. Any objection? Hearing none, we'll move that to consent. Any others?
Oh, number 13.
I'd like to hear that. That is regarding our audits.
Number 14?
Number 14,
Yes, consent.
okay. Any objection?
No.
We'll move that to consent.
Number 15.
15.
Any objection to 15? Move that to consent.
16.
16, consent.
Okay. Any objection to 16? Okay.
I want to hear 17.
Oh, I want to hear 17 too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. And then we've got
18 and 19 that are moving up.
18 and 19, we're moving. 20 to 22.
20, item number 20. Okay, I can give a brief ask on item number 20. That's fine.
You want to leave it?
We can leave it, but it's just a brief ask.
Okay, all right, very well. Council members, it has been agreed upon that we move numbers 11, 14, 15, and 16 to consent. All right. So with that, we'll start with our first item under presentations, which is item number 1. This item is sponsored by Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Ziegler, you have the floor to introduce this item.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Atkins. So tonight with us, we have Michael from Trees Atlanta, and he's here to discuss the East Point Front Yard Tree Program. You can come on up. And the title of the agenda item is slightly wrong. It's not "and Earth Day possibilities." It's just the Front Yard Tree Program.
Okay. And Michael, before you speak, would you please state your first and last name for the record? Yes. Push the button to activate the microphone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. My first name is Michael, and last name is Lupsha, Lupsha.
The floor is yours.
All right. Well, first off, everyone, thank you so much for having myself this evening. Thank you to Carrie for the invite with regards to speaking to you all about the Yard Tree Program at Trees Atlanta. So my title, I am the Plant Healthcare and Yard Tree Manager for Trees Atlanta. And we are wanting to basically expand our program into the East Point municipality. And I want to talk to you all tonight about the benefits of this program, kind of the process of the program, and how we go about executing this program when we come around to various municipalities in the city of Atlanta, greater Atlanta area, to plant yard trees. So go ahead and get started here. So first off, just a background of explanation rather of why trees. So ultimately, trees have a lot of benefits for us. We live in the city in the forest, city of Atlanta, one of our staples here. And so ultimately, we want to preserve that. We really value all of the trees have to offer for us. So one thing that trees offer, they will help in terms of our health. They clean our air, reduce pollution, and things like that. You got energy. Costs get saved from the shade they provide over time. So as these trees grow in time, they're going to provide shade and reduce energy costs on our homes. Beautification, so the aesthetics of a tree. Past several months, we've seen a lot of beauty flourish throughout our communities, whether it's a flowering tree, in some cases fruiting trees, but ultimately, these large overstory canopy trees that this program is specifically geared towards planting is something to behold. So the beauty element. Another thing is stormwater mitigation. Oftentimes, we haven't had much rain lately, unfortunately. We'd like to have a lot more of that, but when we do have a lot of rain, these trees provide a lot of benefits in terms of mitigating stormwater runoff issues, which is very common, especially with a lot of the development within our city and surrounding municipalities. So there is that benefit as well. All right, so for those of you who have heard about Trees Atlanta, the department I work in is community forestry, and we actually have planted many trees in East Point over the years, over hundreds of trees in various areas throughout your city. And so we've really enjoyed that partnership, and we do want to expand in terms of offering trees in people's yards. So with that being said, some of the benefits that yard trees provide and why we like to plant yard trees for residents. We have a lot of opportunity with the space in these yards. There's a lot of surface area, or rather open space with high soil volume counts. So we have a lot of room to work with, where in various other areas, perhaps in a right-of-way strip or somewhere that is a little bit more unforgiving in terms of compacted soil. These yards have a lot of rich soil where these trees will grow and thrive and have long-lived lives. So, you got that benefit there. And then you have opportunity for this particular program to focus on canopy. So the trees that we plant with this program are going to be larger overstory variety trees. And when I say overstory, I'm talking about trees that are typically at full maturity going to be 40 feet and or taller. So your oak varieties, your maples, your tulip poplars, some of those common trees that you will see in and around our Georgia Piedmont region. And again, I touched on this earlier, but providing shade with additional services of stormwater runoff issues, the benefits to wildlife, planting like a Tupelo black gum tree has a lot of benefits for native bird life and things like that. So, and then, yeah, strategically planted trees. We've all seen a nice home that has a big, grand oak tree out front. Oftentimes, this can increase property value in time as that tree matures and becomes a focal point of that particular yard. All right, so this slide just kind of showcases some of our partnerships of the municipalities that we currently partner with, and some more recent additions. So this past season, as you can see, we have a handful of surrounding municipalities in addition to the city of Atlanta that we partner with. And we also, as of last season, we added Hateville, just a little ways down the road from here to our program, and then city of Mableton, as well as Tucker. So we're covering a very wide expanse throughout the city of Atlanta and then greater area. So we want to continue that and have some more presence in this particular region of the metro area. So our season is from October through March. So that's when our team is going out and planting. So yeah, the trees that we plant are 15-gallon trees. So when I say that, typically upon planting, the resident will be able to enjoy a tree that is already at least 6 feet tall, if not taller, depending on the species of the tree and where we source that tree, the nursery that provides it to us. So there'll be that automatic noticeable impact of that tree planting once our team comes by and plants it. Excuse me. So so the process on how we go about planting these trees, I'll run through this and then kind of go into more detail on these specific steps. But first step, soliciting requests. So we have the treesatlanta.org/yardtree is the website where residents will go to submit a request. And oftentimes how we solicit requests, a lot of word of mouth, the reputation that Trees Atlanta has around the city. People hear about us, people volunteer with our nonprofit oftentimes, and word gets around in that manner. But also we will go in certain areas that we see could use some more canopy coverage, and we will basically flyer those streets. And working with the municipality, if they want to communicate certain areas that they would like us to focus, we can go and flyer areas and certainly provide flyers for that municipality to distribute or just have available for any city functions, things like that. And then, so I'll go into detail on that here in a second, but Two, receiving requests. So they will submit a request from our website and answer a series of questions, just basic questions in terms of their address, their name, what trees they would like, and just some basic questions for us to kind of work from to be able to get their trees for them for that season. And then once we get all that information from them, our consultation process on the back end will begin, and we will engage with the resident and basically try to determine right tree, right place. So they have the option to determine which tree they would like of a list, which you'll see here shortly in a couple slides up. But say they choose a tree that maybe isn't quite favorable for that specific location, we'll kind of offer some other suggestions like that. And then, once we have all of that information and we're pretty comfortable with having made the decision on what tree they would like and or trees, we will have the request ready to plant. And then on the back end, myself and my colleague will kind of tee things up for our team for the week ahead. And like I said, from October through March, we will designate certain times throughout those 6 months to go out and plant these trees for these residents. And once the trees are planted, in the lead up to that point, there's constant communication back and forth with the resident to let them know, when we're coming out. So there's transparency there and constant communication. And then once the trees are planted, it is the responsibility of the resident to take care of their trees. So we will send a follow-up PDF file that contains some basic tree care tips on how they can best look out for their trees. However, we're just an email away, so if there are any specific questions, we're happy to answer those. So, soliciting requests. So I kind of already talked about this, but these are some of the methods in which we get our word out there to encourage people to submit a request. I touched on some of these, but flyering, marketing, typically municipality newsletters or some posts on like any social media is really helpful. We've had some great success in some other areas up in like Dunwoody and City of Decatur, Smyrna, a little further northwest, who have done that and gotten a lot of an uptick in requests to kind of fill out that contracted year. Those are just some of the methods to get the word out there. Request intake. So trees get submitted through our website, through that page that I discussed. And then after that, it goes to our CRM where we utilize Salesforce. And that's what compiles all of that information that resident submits. And from there, we kind of we have a log of their information, and then from there, we go in and start the process of communicating with them after an initial email gets sent out to them. So then we can basically kind of walk them through those steps, and then we handle all of our communication through our Gmail account. And really the next step with the Gmail communication is receiving a front yard photo with a markup indicating where they would like their tree to be located. So they can use the markup feature on their phone after they've taken a front yard photo, or if they want to place an object to indicate where they would like that tree to go, well, really anything to kind of indicate the desired location. And then from there, we can kind of determine that right tree, right place. And then, at the bottom there, like a caveat of just, we will honor basically all of the requests that we get submitted through the portal. Once we get that yard photo, that's where we can really kind of catalog and put those people in line, making sure that we're not jump skipping anybody like that. So, and this is our team over here out planting some trees. All right. And then, site selection. So this is an example of the photo where we have a tulip poplar tree here after its first season of having been planted. They'll provide a photo similar to this. The X's in this photo are indicative of the locations of where they want trees. So really just anywhere that we can kind of identify like, there's some open space there. And ultimately, we don't have the bandwidth to send a staff member to do an in-person consultation for all the requests we receive. So this is the way in which we can go about moving that process along. All right. This next slide showcases some of the species of trees that we offer and what some of the residents will see when they're submitting a request. So again, program is geared towards canopy. So some of the options that we have over here for our native oak trees. So we have an overcup oak, a Shumard oak, and a white oak. All excellent native species to the Georgia Piedmont region, and definitely, highly sought after trees. So these are some popular ones that we will plant. On this graph, there is a clickable link under the scientific name section on the far right. And so you can actually, click and see these images and get kind of an idea of the size, spread, and how these trees will eventually grow to be a certain size as they continue to mature. Here's just an up-close visual of that particular chart. And so it is by, the city's decision on what trees they would like to offer. For example, there is one municipality, or I take that back, there's two, Decatur and, I'm sorry, where is that? Oh yeah, in Tucker, that wanted to have the American hornbeam, which is an understory variety tree, just a single understory variety as an option. So for those municipalities, we included that. But yeah, we can kind of tailor this however specifically the municipality would like. City of Atlanta has a few more specific trees that they're kind of mindful of wanting to plant or not plant. So this is how we would kind of communicate that. And as trees become available and not available, then we would like remove and or add various species to this list. All right, here's a couple or several other trees that we will often plant that are really popular. So yeah, you get tulip poplar, a near native species, not a native bald cypress, but it is a really tough hardy tree for this area and great for like mitigating stormwater runoff. A sycamore, and then yeah, a river birch, which is, I would say, the closest, it's kind of like a mid-story to overstory tree, but probably our most ornamental looking tree that you could plant with 3 stems there. All right, and then yeah, just some more logistics with regards to the program. So yeah, once we confirm the residence locations, sometimes we'll utilize Google Street View to get a better on-the-ground view. And if there is like a situation that is kind of really challenging to determine whether a tree makes sense for a given space, we will like go on site. But more often than not, we will not do that just because of the volume of work. Homeowner can call 811 to get their utility lines marked, but this is not a requirement. But we do have that stipulation in the process that if they would like to do that, they can. And they're very thorough and quick to respond and can get somebody out to do that within a week or so. But that is that responsibility falls on the resident. And then, yeah, basically just creating points. We utilize ArcGIS as our mapping system to log all of our points, and that's what our team utilizes in the field when they're going out referencing their location and like that.
Lucia, your
Yep.
time, yes, that is going to have to conclude your presentation.
Sure thing, yeah.
Thank you so much for all
Yeah.
of that great information. At this time, council members, if there are any questions, I see Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. Okay, and so I think we were talking about that normally the contract is for 40 trees? Correct. Okay, oh, can you press your
Push
mic again?
microphone.
Right. Sorry about that. Yeah, 40 trees typically when we start out, like with a new municipality, we kind of contract it out for that 40 tree maximum that first year to kind of see how, the turnout is.
Yeah.
And typically like to also include it to be like a 2 tree per household maximum, or one and or 2 trees per household, and then kind of try to reach that number through that total max.
Okay,
Yeah.
and for 40 trees, so this is free to the residents, but there's still going to be a cost to it. So, so the money that would fund this program is going to come from the permits that are used to cut down trees.
Okay.
And so I believe that amount for 40 trees was something like $15,000.
Yes, so our prices, we are working on adjusting our prices for our next fiscal year, and I believe it would be like $420 per 15-gallon tree.
Okay.
So,
And, all right, so we're talking about 40 trees and $420 per tree, and then that money would come from the permitting fees to cut down trees. So we wouldn't be like affecting the budget or anything like that. I don't think we've ever really done a program like this. And so we don't have we've never really used the permit money for something like this.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm getting a weird echo. And I think for East Point, because you're talking about how we could determine which kind of tree type we would like to see. I think really any of those trees would work for East Point. And that's really all the comments that I have. Thank you so much for coming.
All right, thank you. In this order, I'll recognize Councilmember Mitchell, then Councilmember Caldwell.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I think you answered one of my questions in this last slide. I was going to ask one about, it was on the slide. You said call 811. Could you go into that a little bit more when you're talking about utility locations?
Mr. Lupsa, could you please press your microphone button?
Yes, so when we are taking into account the right tree, right place, sometimes residents will say, I want a tree here, and when we're looking at Google Street View or assessing the picture that they provided, oftentimes you may notice an overhead utility, or they have a telephone line running from, running towards the house. So we take that into account, and if there is something that we notice that could become an issue down the road, we are this might not be the best location, let's offset this, if that makes sense to, whether it's left or right, a little further up. But if there is any telephone lines or transmission power in the street that we notice, we typically will plant at least 10 feet back into the yard space, with them being mindful of hopefully knowing some idea of where their utilities lie.
I guess, okay, thank you for that. That was a concern. Also, are there any permitting requirements to plant these trees? Or would you have to?
No, we don't have any permit requirements, just going off basically what the resident communicates to us based on their utilities and where they are.
Well, I kind of meant from the city. Does the city have any requirements for you to plant these trees? Permanent requirements?
Not through this particular, but I don't know, from a standpoint of permitting for some of the community canopy trees, I believe there might be some stipulations within that particular contract that I'm not 100%.
I just know we have strict policies, so I was wondering.
Yeah.
And Madam City Attorney, do you know of any requirements?
I did just look up our tree ordinance, and we have a few provisions in our zoning code, and also in Chapter 6, which is the tree protection and landscaping. So it really just depends, right? What the specific question is with regard to the trees, because it could either be something that's regulated under, like I said, the tree protection and landscaping, or in portions of our zoning code, there are, just one second. We require the permits, so 10-6006, there are permits requirements for single-family and non-single-family lots. There's the landscaping that obviously can include certain type of trees. So if there's a specific question, I can go to the specific code.
No, I got it. I was just curious if there's something out there, because I know how our laws work. But thank you.
We got a whole chapter, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, certainly, and looking over that contract, if there are certain requirements of it needs to be 30 feet in from the street or something, that would be something that we would include within the city contract that we have, and then we would honor whatever those requirements are based on permits that the city upholds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. I think it is very important that we that we continue to encourage beautification around the city. I maybe had a statement possibly for council and then maybe one question for you. So I would love to see council potentially explore maybe selecting an official like East Point signature tree as a part of a broader beautification initiative. So I do like that idea. And then I guess the question that I have for you is, and maybe this is also for council, can we potentially pair some type of education, best practices services around tree placement? I know that there is the number there, but we want to be mindful to avoid any future conflicts with underground water and sewer infrastructure, as well as overhead power lines. So I like maybe council just to have a little bit of a deeper dialogue around this to make sure that we are providing our residents with as much education and best practices ahead of time. But thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, and thank you again for your presentation. And I think my question was there a particular ask for this evening? I know Councilmember Caldwell perhaps wants to take a deeper dive with regards to specifically what this would look like for the city of East Point. So was there a particular ask for this evening, or?
Yeah, just to approve this program and to allow this to happen. So like tonight was going to be the presentation, and then I was going to move it to the next council meeting for a vote.
Okay, and is there a contract or something that you have presented?
So I haven't presented on the contract. We did speak with Carrie over like a Zoom call with my colleague, Mike Vincent-Quera, who's our business development director, and he could speak more to the specifics of those, like the actual contract and things of that nature.
Okay, so perhaps once we get a copy of that, we could definitely pass that on to our city attorney, just to make sure that we are compliant, that we dotted all our I's and crossed all our T's with regards to this agreement. But I think it's an excellent program. So I just wanted to make sure that we were doing everything in proper order with regards to this program.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Ziegler, are you in again?
Yeah, just for, well, it sounds like Councilmember Hemming has something.
Yes. Councilmember Hemming, you're recognized.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, to Councilmember Ziegler, please.
Sure.
Thank you for the program, bringing this to the city. East Point is an urban heat island, and so as we lose mature trees because they're diseased and dying, it is important that we consider replanting. What I'd offer to you, Councilmember Ziegler, is to see if there's a way to pair this program with the Georgia Arborist Tree Removal Assistance Program, given that we have so many diseased and dying trees that are causing other disruptions. We want to be thoughtful about a comprehensive program, and so I would ask you to consider that, and also to clarify where the sources of the funding would come so that we are not at all getting close to the gratuities clause challenges. So if you could come back to council with more details about how we might pair this with other programs that support a comprehensive approach, and then also how this program does or does not run afoul of the gratuities, that would be my only feedback for you. But thank you for bringing it, and thank you, Mr. Lupsha. I'm probably pronouncing your name incorrectly, but thank you for your presentation.
No, that's fine. No, thank you guys so much.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. I just don't want to make this seemingly simple program too complicated, because I know that we can really discuss things to death up here on the city council, and so I really don't want to belabor the big points here. So, I would prefer not to have like a quote unquote East Point tree. Trees Atlanta is all about right tree, right place. And so a particular tree in one household is not going to be particularly the greatest tree in another household. And I wouldn't want to have any kind of, limitations to this program. To my knowledge, there's not any permits that need to be pulled to plant trees. And I also wouldn't think that this goes against any kind of gratuities clause. I don't know, Attorney Wiggins, if you have any thoughts on that?
I don't initially, only because I haven't seen what the contract would call for, like what the responsibilities of the city would be versus the responsibilities of the program. So if you don't mind, can I hold my opinion on that until I see the contract?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, and I think those were all the comments from the other council members.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for bringing
Thank you,
this,
everyone. I
Councilmember
appreciate your time.
Ziegler. And thank you so much for bringing this, Councilmember Ziegler. Thank you so much, Mr. Lupsha, for your presentation. At this time, this first presentation has concluded. So again, thanks so much. Okay. Our next agenda item is a council discussion and possible action on resolution for certifying officer for finding of no significant impact notice for Delow Village. Madam Deputy City Manager, who will you have to present that from the city's administrative department?
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We're going to hear from Mr. Frank Whitfield.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. The item before you tonight is a resolution to clarify and designate a certifying officer for the city of East Point under HUD's Part 58 environmental review process. And this is specifically for the Delow Village redevelopment. Staff from Planning and Community Development, the City Manager's Office, Water and Sewer, our Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment have been engaged with the development team who's here to present tonight. The HUD regulations require that the city, as the responsible entity, has to formally designate one individual to sign off on these sort of findings of no significant issues, and we'll talk about that in a second, but some cities handle it through their mayor. The mayor is the person that signs off. It states it's the chief executive officer, so it could be the city manager as well. I think one of our neighboring cities, actually the housing and community development manager signs off on them. But we wanted to get clarification from council on who you would like to be that certifying officer. And then also there's a question about the indemnification of whoever that certifying officer is. A part of signing off on these, you're also holding yourself personally liable that there's no misconduct that's been done in the review of these things. So it does hold some personal liability with it. But before we got to that, as we were engaging on this project, we knew that there was conversations about the Delow Village project, so we invited the team to come present to you all to provide an update on the project overall and address some of the concerns that have been brought up, and then we hope to have a conversation around the resolution, but we thought it was appropriate for you all to get an update on the project before we got into that particular.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. So if you could please invite others who are here to speak to that to the podium.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, so here in the audience we have with us Executive Director of the East Point Housing Authority, Michael Spann, the President of Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership, Ashani Omar, and we have Lee Cochran from Laurel Street Development, and Lee is the one that's running quarterback with his team on the project, so he has a short presentation he'd like to show you to answer some of those questions, if that's okay.
Okay. And I do see Mr. Spann and Ms. Omar here, so if you guys would just come to the front just in case there are questions of you, we'd greatly appreciate that. I believe that the Madam Deputy Clerk has started the time. There are time limits on the presentations, and I think that is currently running.
So thank you very much for having me. First of all, my name is Lee Cochran. I'm Senior Vice President for Development for Laurel Street. We're a Charlotte, North Carolina-based development company. I said greetings from Dion Nelson. She's our owner, president, and CEO. And the last time I saw you was probably virtual when we were going through the rezoning, but I'm glad to be here in person. And so I'm hoping that we've heard some of the questions. I'm hoping through this presentation we'll answer a lot of your questions, but we'll be happy to answer as many questions as you'd like. And I appreciate Ashani and Michael being here as our partner. So, and I'll try to do as quick as possible because some of this you may know already. So just a quick location, we're at 2360 DeLow Drive. DeLow Village currently is owned by Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership. It's 64 current residential units. So there's three partners as we have here. So Laurel Street, we're the co-developer, would be the co-owner of the property as it's built, and also our affiliate, LSA Management, is the property manager currently and will be the property manager of the new community. ANDP, we mentioned, is the current owner of the development, so would stay as the landowner, is a co-developer, and would still be part of the ownership after the development. And then the East Point Housing Authority, who we're thrilled to be partnering with, they'll also be a co-owner in the development and are providing 20 project-based voucher units that are incredibly important to how we're working with the current residents of DeLow Village. This is a key part of how we're working with the current residents. The development includes the demolition, relocation of the existing tenants, and we'll talk a lot about that in a minute, and then the demolition of the current buildings that currently contain 64 units, but we're putting back 96 units. So we're replacing what's there plus adding, and that is part of the strategy to make sure we're serving the current residents, but also any new residents. We are funding this through the low-income housing tax credit, tax-exempt bonds, and contributions from the Atlanta Community Foundation. You may have seen these pictures. It would have been September of 2024 when we did the rezoning for DeLow Village and answered a lot of questions, and we had an unanimous approval of that rezoning back in September of 2024. But this is just a quick one shot of what the new building will look like. So that's a quick rendering. We love pretty pictures. But just as important, this is the new site plan. So what's currently there is 13 13 buildings, in total 64 units. What'll go back is actually 96 units in 2 buildings, 2 3-story buildings. The current buildings are 2-story. We'll put back 3-story. You see a playground, you see a dog park, you see some green space. We wanted to shield the green space from DeLow Drive. Parking in the back, always very important to us, but 96 total new units would be put back. Sorry for some of the formatting. It looks different on my screen, sorry. So we knew timeline was one of the big questions, so I know this will take a minute, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the work we've already done and then the work that would go forward. So initially in September of 2024, that's when you approved our rezoning unanimously. That would also have been the exact same time we did the first notice to the current residents, to let them know that this was coming and to let them know that they would have relocation benefits as part of this development. So from the beginning, we let them know that relocation was part of this. It was about a year of planning, getting financing, a lot of work to get about a year forward. So to August 2025 was when we gave the next notice to the tenants about relocation. And we also had a meeting back in September 24, a community meeting. It wasn't just a notice, we had a community meeting to also answer questions. Fast forward, we had hired, you'll see this later when we talk about relocation, Housing to Home is our relocation consultant. They have a full-time presence on the site, and back in August of 2025, they put out a new notice to the residents about relocation was coming in the next 90 days, and then they scheduled individual meetings with every eligible tenant out at DeLow Village. This was based on an original estimate that we thought by November of 2025 we'd be able to start relocation, because in order to start relocation we have to have our financing closed, because that's how we're paying for all of the relocation benefits. It was also at that time in November 2025, part of the reason we're here tonight, that HUD determined that in order for us to use project-based vouchers, we had to do a new Part 58 environmental review and a finding of no significant impact, the FONSI. This project did have existing home federal dollars on it. We did not realize we had to do a new Part 58. And essentially that is what has delayed us till today, is the last 6 months we've been doing the Part 58 process. We hired a consultant, partners to do that Part 58. Housing to Home informed the residents that there'd be a delay in the relocation. They've been meeting with every individual family monthly to give them updates. They're there every day, Monday through Friday, to kind of answer questions about relocation. And so that fast forwarded us to where we are today. The draft FONSI, which is the finding of no significant impact, was completed. All the notifications were done to various third parties, and it was time to kind of take the next step. I will very briefly talk to you about what we see going forward. We do have our land disturbance permit through the City of East Point. We're about this close to having our building plans approved. We have one more upload of submission we need to do. But we can't get a building permit yet. To get a building permit, you have to disconnect utilities. Obviously, we can't disconnect utilities because we have residents living there. So what we would do is, because we have our permits and plans approved, we can close with our, once we get the FONSI to HUD, and HUD approves what's called our subsidy laying review. That's their last approval before we can use project-based vouchers. That allows us to close on all of our financing. That allows us to begin the relocation of the households in July. We've done a lot of work. Housing to Home kind of has places for all of them, has talked to them about their options. So there are currently 39 eligible households still living at the Low Village. Those households will be relocated. In a minute, I'll talk to you about temporary versus permanent relocation that they had the option for. But we'll be able to relocate. That allows us to disconnect utilities once it's completely vacant, and then we can apply for a demo permit, go through asbestos abatement, and finally demo, which would happen in August of 2026. That allows us to begin grading and site work, 3 months for that, 12 months of vertical construction, so by January of 2028, the first of those 2 buildings is finished. We can then start again using Housing to Home, working with the residents to then allow them to relocate back. They'll have a priority to relocate back to the property. The second building finishes 2 months later, and by July of 2028, we've leased all the units. So I know a lot of the questions are about timeline, and I know there was a lot there, but I wanted to kind of walk through the timeline because it matters as we kind of talk now briefly about relocation and property management. I've said it a couple of times, we contracted with Housing to Home. They're a relocation specialist, and they are the ones that are managing the relocation benefits, making sure we are compliant with the Uniform Relocation Act and any other requirements around relocation. They have a permanent staff on the site Monday through Friday to work individually with the households. We have 42 households that were determined eligible for relocation. Currently, 39 remain on the property. 3 households we were able to relocate because they had a tenant-based voucher, so they were able to transfer that voucher. We paid their moving costs, their application fees, their security deposits. So 3 of them were able to move, but we can't move the other 39 because it's tremendously expensive. We're spending almost $1 million on relocation, and we have to close on our financing in order to essentially start paying those relocation benefits. They had the option between temporary and permanent relocation. Temporary relocation, they understand that it's an 18-month period, that they'd be temporarily relocated for 18 months, and that on temporary relocation, we find them another place, they move to that new place, they continue to pay their same rent, but we pay any difference between that current rent and what the new rent is at wherever they're relocated to. Any security deposits, application fees, we pay all of that. And then when we're ready, they move back and have a first priority to move back to the new development. 33 households accepted temporary relocation. We actually thought more would accept permanent, but to us it means they want to come back to this site. 9 households selected permanent relocation, where there's a calculation done that's a fairly significant benefit where they can take an upfront lump sum payment for permanent relocation. It essentially allows them to pay their rent for the next 5 years somewhere else. Importantly, we didn't have to do this. Even the folks that took permanent relocation, we're still, if they change their mind in 18 months from now, want to move back to DeLow Village, we'll still give them priority to do that. We're still going to say, yes, you can come back to DeLow Village. The communication has been all through Housing to Home. They're a daily presence. They do notices, they do calls, texts, emails, individual meetings with tenants to try to explain relocation, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen. They help find them the new place, give them options. So they handle all of that relocation on site, and the development pays the costs of that the consultant cost and the relocation costs. I believe this is my last slide. Separate from Housing to Home, which is on site doing relocation, LSA Management, that's our property management company, is the property manager at the property. And we recognize this has been a difficult time for tenants because they're living in an apartment that 2 years ago when we came to you, we talked about the need for it. It's at the end of its useful life. It needs to be demolished. It needs to be built back with something new. And importantly, we built the 96 units using tax credits and project-based vouchers such that the rents that folks are paying now, they can move back into the new community without a significant increase in their rent. Where the folks at the lowest end that pay the lowest rent now, they're going to be eligible for project-based vouchers. So in fact, some of their rents will actually go down because it'll be now based on 30% of their income. So we know we needed to design a community that allowed folks to come back, but we also knew they had to live there until we closed on our financing and could do relocation. The HUD Part 58 requirement essentially delayed us 6 months. We would have hoped by now we would have actually done all the relocation and all the demo at the end of last year. But they're still having to live there. And so what we're doing is through our property management company, we're addressing any urgent maintenance needs, any life safety needs that are at the property. I've provided, I think based on some feedback today, I provided to city staff some lines of communication. If a resident isn't getting a response, say from a property manager on site, we've now got 3 levels. I'm the 3rd level. We have a regional property manager. We've got a director of operations at our management company that oversees all our portfolio. And then there's always me and another Greg Smith who's on my staff that if they are not getting the response they need, they can contact us. Because we recognize that this has been hard to wait and wait and wait for this relocation to happen. I think, yes. I'll put it on something that looks prettier. So that's the end of my presentation, but we're here to answer any questions folks may have about DeLow Village and everything that I've talked about tonight. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cochran. Council members, are there any questions of this team, either of Mr. Cochran, Ms. Omard, Mr. Spann, or Mr. Whitfield? Yes, Councilmember Hemming. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hemming. Councilmember Mitchell was in first, so I will recognize Councilmember Mitchell, then Councilmember Hemming in that order.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I just had a couple of questions surrounding, hold on one second. Relocation, I'm sorry. So I know you mentioned 18 months. Could you go back over that again? So they would be covered for 18 months? I think it was not the permanent relocation, it was
the temporary.
Temporary. So what if the project, say something happens and it takes longer than 18 months?
I should have said it differently.
Okay.
They are covered as long as they are temporarily relocated. If that's 18, 24, 36 months, those benefits will stay. So our estimate is 18 months, but it would be as long as they're temporarily relocated.
Okay, understood. Also, with the permanent relocation, I think you said they can get a lump sum.
Correct.
And how would you calculate 5 years of lump sum payments?
This is where I will do my best, but please don't hold me to the exact, but essentially the Housing to Home does the calculation. There's a federal Uniform Relocation Act that does the calculation, and essentially what it does is it includes moving costs and things of that nature. Moving costs is one, that's pretty easy. It takes the difference between the rent for a decent sanitary safe unit. So Housing to Home has to find them an applicable unit, a unit that, you know, they would consider comparable, but also decent, safe, and sanitary. And it takes the difference between that rent and 30% of their income and calculates a monthly delta and then multiplies it by, and I think it's either 4 or 5 years. I always forget if it's 4 years worth or 5 years worth, but that's how the calculation is done.
Okay. I believe that's it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Hemming.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may to the presenter.
You may.
I am new on council, and so thank you for the presentation because I needed the backstory, and also just wanted to share some of the concerns that I've heard from the community. So I've had a few residents who've reached out to me concerned about what sounds like are consistent with your estimation that the building is beyond its life. But some of the concerns could have and possibly should be addressed. So there's been air conditioned unit concerns, there's been concerns about mold, there's been concerns about, you know, the pest and all those sorts of things. And so recently I've had a few residents who've reached out to me and I had to escalate their concerns to our internal, you know, team. We did have some of our fire chiefs who went out and, you know, talked with property management. So I appreciate the opportunity for you all to engage with the city. But I wanted to understand what the future plans were to improve the interactions between the residents and the property management firm, such that even if we find ourselves again in 25 years and the building needs to be redone, there is positive rapport, because I think dignity is the most essential thing that anyone should have in their home environment.
Yep, agreed completely. So I agree. So I think one of the changes, or not changes we'll make, but one of the things we'll communicate out is kind of a line of communication. So if someone has communicated with a property manager and either they felt they've been non-responsive or they don't like the response, that they know kind of who's the next in line that they can then contact directly. So that's our regional property manager and then our director of operations. So I think that's something that helps. Just they hear there's another voice. They don't just have one person that tells them something and they're not satisfied. So I think that's how we can help communication both now, but also kind of going forward. But I appreciate the concern. I think the communication is really important so that they have a feeling, they don't feel like they have to go to kind of an outside party, that they're being heard.
Yeah, and I think even education around, you know, and I'm sure that this is part of HUD's plan and East Point Housing Authority, but additional education about how to, you know, make sure that your rights are being maintained and things like that. I think that education piece, and I love some of what I've heard in the site plans that create more of a communal environment. I love those playgrounds at DeLow Village. They might be a little run down, but I walk there all the time, and the children are always out there playing. So I'm looking forward to the additional amenities that will continue to create that community feeling, so that residents continue to feel heard and understood. The second thing I was curious about is the relocation. So again, these are real stories, these are real people, I'm sure you know that, and I've gotten some concerns about the distance of the relocation. So for example, a woman's very concerned that she's going to be too far from her dialysis location, and the MARTA buses are changing. So these cause, as you might know, and that's why you guys have gone through such lengths to create a relocation package, but it changes people's lives, kids' schools, things like that. So could you talk a little bit more about how you are helping them to navigate, if it may not be appropriate, but helping them to navigate the change in their day-to-day lives?
I would say one thing just before I jump into relocation, I want to point out, I did before, not only are we putting back playgrounds, the existing DeLow Village does not have great community amenity space. The new folks, we have a huge amount. In addition to leasing office, we've created interior space for that kind of community interaction. So that was an important part of what we do and definitely what ANDP does. What I'd say is I think Housing to Home is required to, and we ask them to, is to provide options to their residents. So it's not just, hey, here's your one option. They have to provide them with options for where to move. And importantly, we've also engaged with Housing to Home to stay. We're going to continue to use them as a consultant during the 18 months, hopefully only 18 months, that folks are relocated. It's not just we'll shut off and then when it's their time to move back, we'll bring them back on, so they can continue to be a resource to folks that have questions about schools and transportation, healthcare, jobs, and things like that. So we're going to continuously employ them even while we're rebuilding the apartments.
Great, great, great. One more, you have something, Mr. Whitfield?
Excellent. Please.
Through you, Mayor Pro Tem, because this was a question that came up when I first got involved with this in March. And I think Councilman Mitchell asked the question, and my recommendation to them was to work closer with our staff about the relocation. One was because we know what's happening in the city, so we might know opportunities of places where folks could relocate temporarily, as well as, in my assessment, it's two things. One is it's a substantial lump sum that they can get if they are potentially ready to purchase a home. It could really set them up towards home ownership, and I know that's been a priority for us. So, I want to make sure that's on the record that we've tried to push since I've gotten involved for them, their housing group, to be more engaged with us as a staff to help with those folks relocating, because it could be a life improving opportunity if they, I was surprised to see the 33 wanted to relocate, and to me, I'm kicking myself because I'm thinking, man, maybe there was an educational opportunity there and people might have just had fear, and if they were educated and empowered, they might have felt like, yeah, I'm ready to step out and go towards home ownership. So if there's anything we can do to kind of nudge that relationship between the staff and that housing organization, that would be really good.
Mr. Whitfield, I can tell you that one of those residents is going to purchase a home through Habitat. Okay, and two more questions, and then I will yield the floor. So obviously, Mr. It's not Mr. Span. I have my notes here.
Mr. Cochran.
Mr. Cochran,
yes,
thank you. I think you're Mr. Span. There are homes that run alongside DeLoe Village on the same side of the street. There are homes across the street. And so we've had a resident come before us a little bit concerned because I think when you all were doing the environmental study, there hadn't seemed to be enough notice around the potential impact. And so I just wanted you to broadly speak about how you were going to engage the neighboring community so that they too understand when things might change or be impacted. DeLoe right there is a 2-lane road. Yep. There's sidewalks on either side, and so this could impact those residents that are closest to the property. So could you talk about that communication?
Yeah, that sounds great. So during the rezoning process, we would have done some of that community engagement, but it's been a while. It's been over 2 years, or I guess about 1.5 years since we did that, so we can certainly understand how folks may not have known what was going on. Nothing's really, you can't see anything going on for the last 18 to 24 months. So I think what I would suggest our folks do is we'll have a general contractor on site. We also have Laurel Street has a construction management team headed by Jonathan Farrar, who's met a lot of your staff on the planning side through the permitting process, and he's great, and he would be great in terms of figuring out how best to communicate with them as construction starts to see what we've done our best to make this as low impact as possible in terms of entrances off of DeLoe, not having to do huge improvements in DeLoe that would disrupt traffic, keeping the buildings kind of up on DeLoe as opposed at the back of the site where some of them are now. But he would be excellent at communicating directly with city staff on how to do some engagement with neighbors as the general contractor starts their demolition work.
Well, I appreciate you answering all of my questions, Mr. Cochran. I'm hopeful about the project, and I'm really, really excited about the opportunity to bring 96 units of affordable housing to the community. I think that's a priority, and I also implore and hope that you would engage the resources in the city to make sure that we are being both responsive to the people who live there now and who live nearby and our future tenants and residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hemming. I will also at this time recognize Councilmember Caldwell and then Councilmember Cumming. Councilmember Caldwell, you have the floor.
Thank you. A lot of my questions were asked, but first I have a comment. I just want to say I appreciate the level of communication that you've had with residents. I know that, and also just the relocation planning that you've put into it. It's good to see, not only hear, but also see some of the numbers that you've presented around that engagement. I know redevelopment conversations can be a little bit sensitive, so it's good to see the level of effort that you've put into it. One of the questions that I have, how long will affordability projections remain in place once the redevelopment has taken place?
So there's a minimum of 30 years. So with the tax credit program, when the deed restriction is a minimum of 30 years. I think though what we can say is between the partners that you have here, we're an affordable and mixed income housing development. That's what we do. We're not just a developer who happens to do mixed income. And also the Housing Authority and ANDP being, ANDP will have a right of first refusal to purchase the property after a certain number of years, and their mission is affordable. So I think we can, it's extremely likely that this will just stay affordable even much longer than the minimum 30 years.
Got it, thank you. And maybe just to kind of piggyback on what Councilmember Hemmings mentioned, I kind of wanted to hear, and maybe that's a different conversation, or you can follow up around mitigation measures that are planned for the neighboring community once the construction starts. I've lived in an area where construction has started, and you know, addressing things like traffic, the noise, the dust. Like, are there mitigation measures outside of just communication only that the community can anticipate?
I can say at a minimum, we'll obviously comply with any code violations around noise, when construction can start, when it can stop. That's just kind of the minimum, but for Laurel Street, most of our developments are in very urban, established neighborhoods, so we take that very seriously, and making sure a general contractor kind of goes above and beyond related to noise. If they're going to have to shut down a sidewalk, they do it the right way, because it's likely that the sidewalk along below, which would be rebuilt, which means it's going to have to be shut down for a while, but how they notice that, how they show it, how it's clear that that's going to happen, it's just something we take very seriously.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. So quite a few of my questions have been answered, but I wanted to know about, as far as you have earmarked all of the, I guess, where you're going to relocate the residents, those other apartment locations, they've already been earmarked, correct?
Yeah, we have them, they have an idea. This is one of our challenges, is they've obviously had to change a little bit since we thought we were doing it in November, December. Housing to Home still feels very confident that they have enough options for folks, but they've had to have communication with residents that if an apartment suddenly isn't available any longer, they've got to replace it with something new. So they have a very good idea where folks are going to go, but until we actually get to closing and we can commit the funding, they have generally can't lock an apartment down, as it were.
Okay.
But they've continued communication with those other apartments. I will mention that one of the other apartments is also owned by ANDP, Stanton Crest. So that one is very available.
Okay, cool.
And they've actually, yes, right down the street. And to ANDP's credit, has held some of those units open, ready for those residents to come, so.
Okay, and I know you had on the slides, I just can't remember, when are you actually going to start the relocation of those residents?
I'll pull that back up, because it's kind of a multi-step
I know
process.
there was, yeah. Nope, not that one.
So ideally, we're somewhat at the HUD's what HUD says, but once the issuance of the FONSI happens, which is what we're here to work through today, HUD then, that's the kickoff for HUD to approve what's called the subsidy layering review. Okay. That's the final approval piece we need to close with all of our financing partners. So we do hope, even after the FONSI has to be, you have to publish it for 2 weeks to see if there's any public comment. So by the time we get that FONSI issued and signed to HUD, we expect it's going to be June. We would hope that by July, HUD approves that subsidy layering review. That's the last thing we need to close on our financing. And once we close on our financing, we will move forward with relocation. And we think it'll take about 30 days.
So
to
we're looking
complete the
roughly July.
July would be when
August.
relocation
Okay.
would happen, correct.
All right, and let's see. So you're going to do mixed income with the rental rates. Do you have like a range on what the rent will start at? Because I know for those residents that do choose to move back, that there will be some subsidies.
Yep.
Okay, there will be some sort of assistance.
So we'll have the units that have project-based Section 8, so that
Okay.
those units, the resident will pay 30% of their income no matter what. As low as their rent is, they'll pay 30%. And then
And how many units are you allocating for?
there's 20 of those out of the 96.
20 out of the 96,
Yep.
and the rest will go at market rate?
No, we'll have 20 units at 50% of median income. Let me get the number right.
50, 30.
I'm going to get this number right, if you don't mind. Let's see. 20 units at 50% of median income, and then we'll have another 26 units at 60% of the median income, and then the last, I know I did my math there wrong, but the remainder of the units, which is about 30, I think, will be at 80% of median income. So we will have about every rent you can imagine
Okay.
at the property. But the idea is that those units at 30, 50, and 60 will be how we will serve the folks that lived there before that are relocating back.
Okay.
And then the 80% AMI units are really for new folks that want to live in a brand-new community, so we can make it more mixed income.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. I'm definitely looking forward to this. I remember you guys did come back, come in 2024, and it was just good that you guys have actually come back. You've reaching out to the residents, and I'm definitely looking forward to this project. Thank you, I yield.
I will say one thing I meant to say before. I got to say, obviously, we believe in the relocation. It was one of the primary concerns that you expressed to us at the time. So this was your goal. You know, we're following, we believe in kind of following the lead of the folks that are the stakeholders. So you really pushed and said, that's the thing that we need to make sure is treat the current residents right in terms of relocation. So it's to your credit that you really pushed us to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell, you in again? Yes.
Thank you. I just had a really quick question. I know you mentioned this earlier. Who's currently managing the property? Is it solely a division of your company, or is it someone else?
Correct. It's LSA Management is an affiliate of Laurel Street, so it's our own property management company. They're the property manager.
Okay, so once it's complete, I'm assuming you guys will keep managing the property?
Correct. So our property management will kind of take a break for about 18 months. Housing to Home will continue to offer relocation services, but then once the property is rebuilt, they'll come back in again to manage it.
So how did that come about? Do you know the company that was managing the property, I guess, before, or when did you guys take over management there?
So I might actually ask Ashani to help me a little bit, because A&DP currently owns the property, and
Okay.
Yes, so hello, everyone, good evening.
Ms.
Ashani Ahmad from the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership. To answer your question, previously, the property manager was Dorchester Management. And that was probably a couple of years ago at this point, yeah.
Okay. And was that a smooth transition, I'm assuming? I guess, when you came in? Or-
I would say no transfer of property management is smooth, but it was smooth as possibly can. So
Gotcha.
we've partnered with A&DP and other developments in Atlanta. They've been great partners to us. So we manage some other properties for A&DP as well. So it was part of that transition.
Because I'm assuming you guys knew they had issues probably when the other company left. I'm guessing you guys tried to address some of those issues. I know they were mentioned earlier.
We did. I think one we can specifically point to was we had to do a lot of work on railings. There were some life safety issues with some railings around the apartments, have kind of exterior entrances with like steps and railings, and so we did a lot of work. I will say LSA Management helped scope it out, but was A&DP that had to write the check to make sure that those railings were done, and had to kind of create that to really make sure it was a safe property.
All right, thank you, sir.
I see no other council members. I have a couple of questions, Mr. Cochran.
Sure.
Some of which have already been answered. This also, I want to go back to the relocation. If I believe I heard correctly, a part of the relocation costs that are covered are the moving costs, correct?
Yes.
And I just want to dig into that just a little bit. So is it that a part of the moving costs that the residents, if they're eligible, and whatever the eligibility criteria is, would also then get the services of packing? So as a former vice president of Atlanta Housing Authority, I was the board chair for the commission when this project first came to planning and zoning, and I was digging into the relocation, because if the resident is elderly or has a level of ability that does not allow them to pack their own goods, then does your moving costs cover that for them so that they don't have to be stressed about making sure that their belongings are packed?
Yeah, and actually what Housing to Home, the resident has the option to either have Housing and Home actually do all of the packing and moving, so they can, essentially the benefit can be either through, we're gonna do it for you and help and basically do it for you, or they can take a lump sum that covers not just the materials, but also the labor for packing. And I think, I don't know the exact, I know the first 3 households, I think 2, we did the move and 1 chose to take essentially the upfront payment, but it's designed to cover all of those costs.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the other question I'd have, on one of your slides in terms of maintenance, like Councilmember Hemming, I've got a couple of complaints from some current residents there. If an issue is not deemed to be urgent or life-saving, for instance, washer, dryer, I think that the units there, if I'm not mistaken, they've got wash rooms, like they've got a communal wash area, and maybe machines have broken down, and Laurel Street has decided that we're going to wait because we're about to demolish. Seems like a small issue for some, but that could be a big issue to others. So how does Laurel Street determine what is urgent? Because this could be a convenience that the residents really rely on.
Yeah. I would say we make that in consultation with ANDP. Obviously, they're essentially the current owner of the property. I would say something like no washer and dryers we would consider urgent. We would do that. Technically, there's a technical definition of like air conditioning is considered life safety if it's above a certain temperature. We're certainly going to replace air conditioners that are broken. So in general, but if something is a crack in a wall, something that doesn't really, we make it on a case-by-case basis, but we certainly go above and beyond what is kind of the technical definition of life safety.
Okay, thank you. I see that Councilmember Martin Rogers has tapped her mic, and so Councilmember Martin Rogers, at this time, I will recognize you.
Yes, thank you so much. And this question is in regards to Miss Anita Smith. Do you know her?
I don't. So as a developer, my management company has told me that they give me general concerns, but they also said I'm not in a public setting, not allowed to talk about a specific resident without their approval.
And it's okay for me to talk about her because she did reach out to me. But the question that I have is, what monitoring or enforcement mechanisms will be in place to ensure compliance with noise, dust, vibration, safety standards throughout the duration and demolition and rebuilding? Because she is adjacent to this property, from my understanding.
Okay, I was misunderstanding. I thought you meant she was a current resident of DeLow Village.
No.
Oh, she's a neighboring resident. I would say we definitely comply with any noise requirements. I know generally, I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know there's usually a time. You can't start really construction before a certain time of day, and you have to end by a certain type of day. We'll certainly comply with those. What I would urge is I'd be happy for our construction team to get in contact with her, because I think the best thing to do is if she has someone she can call that's on site, if she has a concern about noise, dust, or anything like that, we'll give her someone on site that she could contact. And our VP of Construction, Jonathan Farrar, I mentioned before, kind of like that lines of communication I said before. If she talks with the person on site and she's not getting an answer she likes, she could then go to Jonathan and address the concerns with him.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask a question of the Deputy City Manager?
You may.
So that I could speak to Mr. Whitfield.
Mr. Whitfield, will you please come back?
Thank you. And Mr. Whitfield, this is, I guess, for just the communication piece. And thank you so much for your answer. I will write that down, the construction team on site. I know that we had to do that in the area where I live with Microsoft, where they had to house someone on site so that residents could go to the property and make formal complaints about what was happening to them in the neighborhood. Mr. Whitfield, what communication plan and direct support measures will be provided to impacted adjacent residents or
Yes.
potential property impacts in real time?
Yeah, I wish I was in a position to directly just make the statement of what we are going to do, but I definitely think some of the suggestions that were made are things that we can definitely take and talk as a staff about. One of them is having that community meeting with the construction company prior to construction beginning, and making sure the residents see a face with a name and address their concerns, and that leader of that construction team hears that feedback. And then this last idea you mentioned around having someone housed on site for the formal complaints, I think that's going to be ideal as well. But I think this is going to take a team effort from a permitting standpoint, from a code enforcement standpoint. It's going to take multiple departments kind of all keeping our eyes on it. And I think we have an example down here of what that can look like otherwise. So I think we do want to make sure we're on it. But my role is just try to get this thing certified so that these folks can get the resources so folks can get relocated. But I'm a team player. I'm going to help our team do as much as we can to make it happen.
Thank you. And our role is a quality of life for our residents. Madam Deputy City Manager, is there any way that council can receive something in writing about the process of community meetings, notifying residents, and someone on site for resident complaints? I don't know if that was my motion. I just wanted to hear some dialogue from you as far as what can be done, because again, I experienced development with the Microsoft property, and that was just something we did as a community so that the people had someone right there they could go to with issues they might have been facing.
So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to discuss that with Mr. Whitfield to see what resources we have. Also, I'd be interested in knowing what your experience was as far as how things were set up, and some feedback from that would be great as well. And then I'm sure that we can brainstorm and provide some recommendations.
All right, will you have those recommendations by the next meeting, or at least by June 1st?
I will work to have the recommendations with Mr. Whitfield by the end of the week.
Thank you.
If I could add one addition to my answer, is that one thing that has worked really well for us is we will have a superintendent on site, kind of a full-time superintendent. And what was worked with us in the past, if there was a neighborhood liaison that could be a central person to help communicate, we do get nervous if folks just walk up to a construction trailer that they don't know and they're not sure, but if they know the person, they can have their phone number, but then they know, oh, Ms. Smith, for instance, she's talked to her neighbors, they've got some issues with noise after 6 o'clock. We want that relationship to happen between that liaison and there is a superintendent that's on there, is a full-time superintendent on site.
Thank you.
Yes. I just would piggyback, and I would be a bit concerned, just the general public walking up on an active construction site because of liability. So
Yes.
I think that this would require some due diligence, and to give the Deputy City Manager, Mr. Whitfield, an opportunity to get together for best practices to make sure that we're looking out for safety and the health of all of the residents involved.
Agreed.
Member Hemming has tapped mic to come in again. You're recognized.
Mayor Pro Tem, I was just curious if we wanted to invite East Point Housing Authority up to speak about any of these issues related to how they're engaging with the project, any thoughts that they wanted to share.
Well, if we do that, I know that the Housing Authority is one of I think you were listed as a co-partner and developer. We would also extend that to Ms. Omard with ANDP. If there's any additional things to add that have not been covered by Mr. Cochran, I don't want to extend the meeting if you're going to repeat what Mr. Cochran has said, but if you'd like to add something, by all means, please approach the podium.
Gladly. And Lee, again, thank you for presenting on our behalf. As Lee has mentioned, we've partnered with Laurel Street. I'd say probably over the past 7 years. I think our first development was Creekside, which is located in the city of Atlanta. The only thing I would add is, and something that I think is also very important based on the current reality of the timing, the benefit to us being able to advance this to the next stage and really sort of stick to the relocation schedule is that it's before school starts. And I know that is also a concern for our residents. So being able to actually start that process in July is very ideal for the families of Delowe.
Thank you. Mr. Span, you have nothing to add? Okay, thank you. Mr. Whitfield, the agenda item states that you're looking for action regarding a resolution to identify a certifying officer. My question would be, does the administration have a recommendation as to who they would like for the certifying officer to be?
I don't know if City Manager Jones is able to chime in on if he has a recommendation or if Deputy City Manager has a recommendation, but in the other municipalities, it says the chief executive officer. So we just wanted clarity on that in terms of just a resolution saying we identify this person as that. And then from the city attorney, I think a part of the sausage making we can maybe do between now and Monday is figure out that indemnification standpoint and what is the real liability. I mean, we could hash it out here, but I think that's one of the key things. Whoever that certifying officer is also personally liable to an extent. So we just want to make sure people have clear eyes on what they're signing off on.
Okay. What I would state, and then I'll recognize you, Madam City Attorney, it would be my preference that we do not hash it out here without having some sort of evidence from other municipalities of like size. It would be my recommendation that the city attorney and the staff would get together and figure out sort of best practices and then bring it back to the council. I am assuming that you're not looking for action at the work session, but for Monday's meeting, correct?
Correct.
And then if you could bring that back, if there's no objection from the colleagues on that. I will recognize you. 1 second, please. Mr. Whitfield, we can't, is that?
That sounds good. That sounds good. I don't know what's. It was just reverb. It was me talking out loud.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's
whatever.
reverb. Okay.
Yeah, that's you talking. Yeah, that's
Okay.
just- yeah.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to recognize the city attorney and then Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I did have a question because in researching this, I did see where when the city, issues the environmental review record, that's the ERR, I saw some language in the statute about having to publish notices and doing some public comment. Are we past that stage, or is that something we still will need to do upon naming a certifying officer?
Yep, through you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have not done that yet because on that notice, it needs to list the certifying officer. So it hasn't gone out for that 15-day comment period because we're waiting to see whose name is going to be listed on there.
So with that, yes, do exactly what you asked to ensure that whoever's named, and I think it would need to be the mayor or the city manager. The resolution in your books names the city manager or his designee. So we'll come back with a recommendation after talking.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin Rogers and then Councilmember Hemming.
That was going to be my question. I was going to ask you to weigh in on what most municipalities look like and who is that designee. So thank you.
Councilmember Hemming.
Mayor Pro Tem, there's a resolution attached to this agenda item, and the title of the resolution implies that the recommendation was to designate the city manager as a certifying officer. So I think that is the ask that staff has before us. I don't fully understand the comments about the personal liability, but I think that we should make sure whatever protections or provisions are in place are there so that whomever it is, that's the end of my thought. I yield.
By
Indemnification, thank you.
Yes. And so the action that the staff is looking for is at Monday's meeting of next week, correct?
Correct. So we hope that now with this, Monday, we'll have that resolution prepared based on this discussion and the research, and then be ready for approval.
All right, thank you. Council members, are there any other questions? Okay, hearing none and seeing none, we're going to move to our, thank you so much.
Thank you so
Mr.
much,
Joe.
Joe.
Thank you all so much. We're going to move to our next agenda. Next agenda item is council discussion and possible action on authorizing the acceptance of the Kairos Development Corporation agreement for the design, development, and construction of a public multi-use path project commonly referred to as the East Point Exchange, but that's the name of the development. But I think that what that should read is the path. And so I know that this evening we've got the development team with us. And what I'll say is this is an agenda item that I have sponsored, as this is a development located in Ward B. And I can also share with you that several years ago, Mr. Wilson and his team at Kairos came before the Planning and Zoning Commission to rezone this property to from, I think, a commercial district to a mixed district, so a mixed-use district to allow for certain things, galleries and cafes and placemaking stations and all of those things. A part of what is going to be discussed this evening is the PATH project, and I know many citizens are interested in the PATH. This particular agreement would be to connect the PATH from the Norman Berry side, very close to Tri-Cities High School, and it would go through this particular development up to the pedestrian bridge. So it also supports transit-oriented development. But with that, I'd like to ask Ms. Tanya Woods and the other team members from the development team if they would come forward, introduce themselves, and the presentation is loaded, and you may start the presentation. I've also been notified that our city manager, who's been working closely with the development team, along with the Public Works team, Director Reeves and Assistant Director Hall, have been engaged in this process. And so if there are any questions that they would answer, Madam Deputy City Manager, if you would also give them the authority to speak. If there are questions that they would need to answer, then we would want to make sure that they do that as well. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Woods.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. My name is Tanya Woods, and I am the business partner. I'm owner of Meraki Development, and I'm working alongside Jack Williams with Kairos Development, so we're very, very excited to be here today. And I also have a part of my development team. Some of my team is not able to be here, but other members, we have Atlanta Pro, we have Damien, and we also have Bryson with Bryson Constructors. It's very important for us to work with as many local consultants as we can, so we wanted them to be here to be able to support us in this next endeavor that we're working on. So thank you, Councilmember Atkins, for teeing it up for us. Yes, this is a part of East Point Exchange, and Councilmember Atkins mentioned that this was an initiative that was like 5 years ago. Very, very excited about it, and now we're back to resurrect it, and it is 22 acres of a mixed-use development that is between Norman Berry and Buggy Works. A few years ago, Jack Williams was able to sell off Wagon Works, and now we have 89 units there, residential units that we're very, very excited about, and now it's time for us to focus on this portion of the project. And it is a transient-oriented development, just like they made wagons and Wagon Works, they made buggies and Buggy Works. And then all the way down here, in this building, which is formerly known as Jefferson Station, is an old textile mill, which will be oak knitting mill. So we're very, very excited about telling these stories of East Point, becoming engaged with the community. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have spoken with most of the council to present our East Point Exchange project that will basically have historic preservation, adapt and reuse, as well as new construction. So we're very, very excited about that. And this just gives you a little bit of an overview of the historic preservation. This was Jefferson Station when Jack first purchased this several years ago, so you can see how it has transformed through the years, so we're extremely excited about that. This is actually Blount Buggy Works, and that is actually where they made buggies. This is the interior views of that, and this, we actually still have the railroad going through our property, and that is where we want to bring to life the Rail to Trail with our past project with the city. And just high-level areas that we want to be able to focus on with East Point Exchange by way of health and wellness, job opportunity, housing, youth development, and community engagement. All of these we feel are the pillars to create a thriving ecosystem, and we already are partnering. We have Morehouse Health Clinic on our property. We want to be able to work with Parks and Rec. We want to be able to engage with the school nearby as well as the community residents. And so it's very important to understand the needs of the city and to be able to see how can we work on those and incorporate that into this dynamic mixed-use development. And the path is in here because we feel very, very strongly that the path will be the weave that will connect all of these different pillars. So we wanted to be able to showcase that as well. This is an overview of our site plan. As we mentioned, it's 22 acres, and it spans from Normanberry right here all the way down to East Cleveland. And this just kind of shows how we are able to tell that story that I just mentioned of historic preservation with Jefferson Station being an old textile mill. Buggy Works actually made buggies. It was 1889, and Jefferson Station, soon to be Oak Knitting Mill, was built in 1924. So as a part of our development, and really is key to my heart, is making sure that we preserve the story of East Point and tell that story of the old textile mill, as well as this part of the property is adapt and reuse. So it's also very important to preserve the buildings that are here and to be able to reimagine them and tell different stories. And we think that's a great opportunity for the community. And these portions right here are showing future development, which will be new construction. So as you can see in this plot of land, and then also this is the pedestrian bridge. So we are right here alongside the railroad, and we're very excited about that because it's an amenity and it's a feature that we want to explore. And these are just photos to kind of show you the buildings that we're looking to reimagine. This one we're looking at turning into an event center because we know that's an important need of the city. We were looking at this area as our market, retail, entertainment district to focus on the needs of the community as well. And then this building will remain our office space, and we're exploring doing co-working and working with various companies trying to figure out which one is the best fit for us. And for those of you who don't know, this building down here is our healthcare clinic. So these areas are extremely, and this tenant as well as all of our tenants are extremely important to the development of East Point Exchange. So one reason why we're here today is that 5 years ago we did we started the process of having a development agreement with the city, and so we wanted to bring that back. We have not finalized all the details of exactly where the path is going. This is where it is currently on our site plan, so we're just working with our civil right now to make sure that all of this is going to work with the grading and the surveying of the property, but we wanted to at least be able to show the visual of how we want to connect from Normanberry to the pedestrian bridge, which we think is critical. And it's a wonderful opportunity for us to be able to partner with Parks and Rec, to be able to partner with the creative arts and culture, and to be able to just promote walkability throughout our property, and to be able to invite the guests, the community to connect and be able to get to downtown and just bring more awareness and attention to that. So that is the path, and we can speak more to that later. And then the next couple of slides is just high level, the look and the feel that we want to be able to bring to East Point Exchange. We know that there's a lot of talented artists that have come out of Tri-Cities, but the opportunity that I want to challenge myself and all of my team is to look for all the untold stories and make sure that whoever does come to East Point, that they are able to learn a little bit about the culture here, and they're able to take with them a piece of East Point. So for each one of these areas for the market and entertainment district, we want to just tap into it through arts, through culture, through telling these stories and exploring, and then also, capitalizing on our tenants that are already with us, which we'll get to in a little bit. So these are just inspiration. Some of these are actually images from our existing tenants right now. So we want to be able to provide them with an enhanced experience and just new opportunities for us to increase visibility for their business, and so they can grow and expand as well. We're looking to have different restaurants, and what's also very exciting is that we are 2 stops from the airport, which everybody knows. So we have the unique opportunity to tell an authentic international story, where we can focus on local and we can also focus on international. And we think by bringing all of that together within our community, we can really tell a unique story that a lot of other cities aren't able to do. So this is just to kind of give you a broad scope of, this is me, this is with Meraki, my brand, and then I'm working also with Kairos as well with Jack. We have Dave Peters as our construction. We also are working with Historic Preservation and Bryson and Chasm. So we already have our team, we're ready to go, and we're looking forward to partnering with the city and making sure that this is a collaborative initiative, and this development is obviously in Ward B, but we really feel strongly that, and the reason why it was important for me to reach out to each one of you, is that it's important for the entire city of East Point because it is a transit-oriented development and is adjacent to downtown. So we really want to make sure that everybody is involved in this and that we're able to speak to the community and the needs. And as I wrap up, I just wanted to show that, yes, I'm sure whenever there's a development, there are going to be people from the outside who want to come and explore and be a part of the fabric of our community, which is wonderful, but we already have on our property some amazing tenants who are really shaping the future for the community. We have the Teacher's Closet. They were just featured on Channel 2 and did a whole debut on that there within our site. We have State Farm. We obviously have Morehouse Health Clinic, and we have Morehouse School of Medicine. We have 100 Black Men. We have Granny Nannies. We also have Silverton Mortgage. They're pivotal in our community, and they came in a year ago, and they really want to focus on teaching home ownership and teaching classes to be able to, following up on what was mentioned earlier, giving people the confidence and showing them the pathway to home ownership. So we're really happy to have them here. They're very excited, and they chose East Point because of the opportunity. So in this redevelopment of East Point Exchange, we also are going to be making sure that we take care of our existing tenants, and then whoever does come will be able to partake in all that we have to offer. So that is it. I wanted to make sure I gave a high level of East Point Exchange and then answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Woods. In this order, I'll recognize Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Ready? Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Hello, Ms. Woods. How are you? Good, good. So okay, that's the slide that I wanted with the path.
Yes, ma'am.
So how will this, I know we have the Atlanta Beltline, and I know we were talking about at some point where that connection would be made. Does any part of the path that you guys have here, will it connect with that, with the Atlanta Beltline?
That's a great question. So currently what we have is it is starting down here at Norman Berry, right across from the new bistro, which is great. We're very excited to have them as our neighbor. So right now it's going to cross path and go up East Forest right here and then cut over. However, no matter where the final layout of the path ends up, we are going to have spurs that are going to go off of the path. So this is a spur, these are going to be spurs. We're going to promote walkability throughout the entire 22 acres. But to answer your question, yes, there were 5 years ago, I can let Jack speak to that, that this spur right here would actually cross over Normanberry and then go all the way down eventually, and it's like 3 miles from the Beltline.
Okay.
So yes, we would ultimately be able to connect to the Beltline. Yes, ma'am.
So the distance that you have on that walk, do you know about how much, I don't know if it's miles or?
Yes, 1 mile.
It is 1 mile?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All righty, that was the question that I had, and I am super, super excited about this potential partnership that you guys have formed with the city here. So again, I am, thank you so much for this presentation. A lot of things to come. I'm sure my colleague, Dr. Martin Rogers, she is chomping at the bit over there.
Yes.
That's one of the things that she talks about all the time.
Yes.
So this is our Ponce City Market, our
Yes.
Prague City, yes.
This is it, and
So we are super excited about this. So I guess once we'll come back and find out what the ask is for this evening, but I'll allow my other colleagues to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And I just want to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Cummings. I had heard so much about this project, but I have been unable to come over and meet you all, but you have had my support for a very long time because I've heard so many good things about it. So
Thank you.
to Councilmember Cummings, to what she said, East Point is going to have their own East Point City Market. And this just reminds me of how all of the other cities are taking off with taking these spaces and recreating them. The Junction.
Yes.
The Junction in Roswell is now a gathering space.
Absolutely.
Chattahoochee Food Hall, some chefs took that and turned it inside out. But this kind of reminds me of, I went to Kentucky. I have a brother who works in Kentucky, but they took an old Kentucky shoe factory and they have designed the entire building on the inside that is a lovely space. One thing that I do want to mention is it possible that we can consider those up-and-coming, I guess, artists? You mentioned Tri-Cities High School. If they could have a space where they could meet collectively, I guess as a high school, I don't really know what that looks like, but they do have artists, Candy, Outkast, all of the greatest, attended Tri-Cities High School, but maybe think about a creative space for those students at Tri-Cities High School, and also a communal space so that residents could just kind of gather. Okay, but I definitely want to come over and look at the space.
Yes.
Again, I've heard so many great things.
Absolutely.
And also maybe a coffee shop.
Yes.
Independent.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you brought that up. So, hot off the press, we do have someone who has already reached out to economic development. They are actually from Hapeville, and they want to relocate their business here, and they already run an event center, and they're very, very well seasoned in it, and they've also run restaurants. So we really vetted them out. And one thing that's important for us is that as developers, that people are going to come to us all the time and want to inquire about purchasing a building or wanting to come, but it's very important for them to match the ethos of our community and of our development and our community. So what is important to me, because we've had several offers of people wanting to come in and purchase our building, which is one of the reasons why we've brought forth the development agreement for the path, is so that way we can go ahead and nail down what our relationship is with the city before we start engaging in these conversations with potential buyers. But if they are looking to purchase or lease, especially a building of this magnitude, which is in the heart and soul of our community, it is imperative, and it's a part of our agreement, that they work with Tri-Cities High School, that they work with 100 Black Men if they want to hold something here, or if State Farm wants to hold something, or if Parks and Rec wants to hold something. And being that we know that Tri-Cities is a theater school, a performing arts school, that we want to make sure that that space, we have 10,000 square feet, 2-story, this section of the building, that they have access to it, that it's an extension of Tri-Cities High School. So we also have a coffee shop that's going in right here. We are looking at that as our second floor. We want each building, this floor right here, we're gonna look at partnering with a co-working company. We're exploring which one fits the needs of East Point, because we don't want something that's too commercial. We want something that's a little bit more community focused. So we're trying to figure out what the healthy balance is for that, so that way we can promote co-working and collaboration within our buildings, so that way all the tenants that I mentioned on that other slide, they can all come together and support each other. So yes, we already have a coffee shop location, and we're going to be working to make sure that whoever comes there, we're not looking at like big box like a Starbucks. We would like to focus on mom and pop, local, and give entrepreneurs an opportunity to come into our community and establish roots.
All right, and last observation, we do have the Bowden Center.
Yes, ma'am.
So also include them as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. I will now recognize Councilmember Hemming.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, to the presenters, please.
You may.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming. I appreciate you all standing guard and supporting Ms. Woods. I also just want to say that you all don't know this, but I saw you, Ms. Woods, and you, Mr. Williams, walking to the bistro right across the street from Jefferson Station. And I thought to myself, that's a really good sign of developers who are part of the community and patronizing the existing businesses. So that was last week. You probably don't even know that I saw you. So I just wanted to share that. And then also, I'm a person who reads the details. And so the item that's before us tonight is approving a public-private partnership that would allow you all to develop this 1 mile of the path that would then, allow the project to proceed. And so I just have a couple of questions about that. I want to be very clear. Is the expectation that upon the completion of this portion of the path project, that portion will be deeded back to the city and we will retain ownership, access fully to that piece of the path?
Yes.
Okay.
Once everything is finished, and I'll have Jack come up here, we can speak to that. Yeah.
That part of it. You did good.
Jack, just state your...
I'm Jack Williams appreciate y'all letting me speak. So yes, the objective is that when it's built, it becomes the city property. So we'll collaborate in the maintenance and upkeep because we're going to be a neighbor. We're creating a commercial property owners association so that there's many hands contributing to the upkeep and service and other things along with the city's cooperation. So it's the objective is to get this path done, get it in a legal transcript so that we could transfer it to the city at completion.
Great.
As well.
The next question I have is about transparency. So I noticed in the contractor agreement that this would be capped at the $2.5 million. And so I'm just curious about what you all will be furnishing back to the city so that we can understand the invoicing and the cost and making sure that we are, again, because we are going to be using public funds ultimately to reimburse you, that we can have some transparency to our residents about what went into the development of the project should we ever get questions like that.
Yeah, we obviously welcome the accountability. We have Alrich Lynch, who is our construction manager, development manager party, has encouraged everybody to bring a third-party audit into this process and be extremely open book, see every invoice, see every transaction, understand where every dollar's going, and so that it can be fully audited and verified. We'd also like to do it in an incremental step, so all the way along the way, we're watching and covering it as we go along and not waiting to one big event at the end of the term, just so there's always adjustments and changes. We also think there's going to be design ideas that come from the community because we see it as not only a very active path, but also a network of small micro parks, little components of art elements related to it so that it's an experiential. I've been in placemaking for 40 years now. This is my hometown and my last project as I start moving towards retirement. And so Tanya is doing a fantastic job of helping curate this development, being very mindful and very specific about the community and what the needs are in the community. Having been in this city for so long, I've heard same things over and over and over again, like all of y'all have, I'm sure. And so we're trying to meet those obligations that are going to add really a quality of life.
Great. I'm not a developer, in case you didn't know. I work in higher education, so I don't actually know the title of the question I'm about to ask. But I'm reading through the development, and it says that 12 months post-development, we can come back to you all essentially and say, hey, this is broken, or this wasn't developed correctly. Is that the standard length of time to review the project and make sure that it is functioning the way that it should? Or can we bump that out a little bit because things happen and we just want to make sure the development is sound? Is there any wiggle room there? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Absolutely.
I'm not even I'm not even clear I know what I'm asking, but maybe you do.
There are certain elements that will be warranted and you know, yeah, there'll be components of it that will be. There's like the normal language of normal wear and tear, or somebody breaks something and other things, but yeah, there'll be some standards and some the normal customary construction warranties that anybody else would expect.
Great.
And that's what you did. And that's why we did bring our contractor here as well to be able to answer any questions you may have. So Bryson.
Yes.
So there is wiggle room, so we can pump it out to 18 months as opposed to 12?
Depending on the scope of work,
Okay.
Councilman. The warranties vary, they
Okay.
differ, so the length of time would differ depending on what aspect of scope of work you're talking about.
I'm curious, I don't know anything about developing paths. Do they settle over time, and then we would need to come back and make sure that do you understand my question?
I understand exactly what you're saying. If we do it right, no.
Okay, all right,
To answer
great.
your question, yes. I think that the finish that we provide, it's hardened concrete, which concrete lasts, a very long time. So I think that your question of structural integrity, it'll be, we'll be just fine. Yes, ma'am.
For the record, hold on, Ms. Woods.
Councilmember Hemming.
Hold on just one second. Just for the record, because we are going to do minutes, Mr. Barnes, would you just state your first and last name?
Bryson Barnes with Bryson Constructors right here on Main Street. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And one thing I wanted to mention as well is that we did receive the standards for the path from Public Works. So we are going to be working in accordance to what the standards and requirements are for the path.
Great. And then this is the last question, and I actually think it needs to be directed at you, Madam Deputy City Manager. We received a memo about photoluminescent construction, and I was just curious if you could share a little bit more about that, what the expectations are for that to be incorporated in the project. There was a change in the contract that suggested that there was an expectation of photoluminescence.
Well, Madam City Council Member, I actually have Mr. Jones.
Okay, great.
And he is happy to address that. And then if we have additional questions, I'd like to bring up Director Reeves. So, hold on.
And from my own personal experience, there's a lag, so we have to wait a few minutes to let him catch up.
He's on the phone.
Oh, he's on the phone. Got it.
Okay. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, so forgive me a bit because I'm looking online and there's a little bit of a delay, so I don't know if I caught the last question, but I did want to chime in a little bit, and it seems like the answer did get covered regarding the ability to push warranties and try and have more of a cushion for protection for the infrastructure when it's dedicated over, after it's dedicated over to the city. So I won't double back on that, but I will just cover just generally the benefits to having a public-private partnership like what we've been discussing, and in this particular model, a developer forward model, which allows the developer to move a little more freely in keeping fresh timelines, as well as allows the city to be very active in that process. I think there were some conversations talking about having joint audits and joint inspections and things of that throughout the process to ensure that things stay on track. So we're very excited. I'm not real sure how many opportunities like this have come for the city of East Point, but I certainly have been part of a number of public-private partnerships in my career, and they're always projects that have come across well received because it involves feedback from everyone real time in delivering a outstanding project. So I just wanted to say that, and I didn't really hear the question, so if there was another question, if it could be repeated, just now that I have a real time hearing ear, I would love to answer that.
Okay, so I think I can help you out, sir. Councilmember Hemmings is asking for more information on the fluorescent paint, durability, cost, that type of thing.
Sure. Yeah, so that was something, and obviously Ms. Tanya talked a lot about the ideas of creating a space that is sought after, and with all of the unique sub-parks and things that is being discussed, the path itself can create some draw and some attraction, as well as being a safety add. So I'm familiar with this firsthand because 4 years ago, a path in Iowa was constructed, and it is managed. It's still going today. It's managed through strong Iowa winters. It has been snow brushed and snow plowed and snow shoveled, and it really boils down to the aggregate, the stone that's in the aggregate that soaks in solar rays and then becomes translucent only after 20 minutes of sunlight, and lasts a number of hours. And so as a research, there's multiple companies that do offer that. The one that I shared in the information was the company that has been used in that path in Iowa. And that, again, was 4 years ago, and that path is still maintaining strong with very strong translucent glow, if you will, on that path. So kind of a tested thing, and when you kind of look into it, you find there's a lot of others that are starting to get into that space. But it is a tested technology that has also provided a lot of safety measures, and in a way can bring in overall cost project down, because if you're looking at a traditional path and lighting becomes a big issue, this way the path itself is providing some lighting. I've seen some where they actually have added additional accent lighting to provide various flares and brilliancy to the experience. So there's opportunities for both aesthetic and safety measures, and the safety piece is a big important piece because that keeps us in line with T-SPLOST funding, and so we made it real clear to make sure that the language reflects the safety values that the translucent path could bring. And again, this is just an idea. There's still a lot of processes that would have to play out to say, yeah, for sure, this is what we're going to be doing. But it is an idea that is being considered and brings a lot of exciting innovation to what can potentially be a location in, at least for a little while, in Georgia that might not be able to be found anywhere else in Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I just want to conclude before I yield. I'm very enthusiastic about this project. Mr. Williams, for this to be your last project to your home, I think it would be an outstanding project for it to come online. And Ms. Woods and others, I really thank you for your leadership and your thoughtful integration of the community. I am hopeful about what this project can do to really make East Point the destination that it deserves to be. So thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hemming. At this time, I'll recognize in this order Councilmember Caldwell, and then again for second round, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. So first and foremost, love the project. I think it incorporates not only history, but art, and it really brings something unique to the city that I believe residents will love. So thank you for just the thoughtfulness that you've put into this. City manager brought up some of the questions that I had around safety, so I won't go into that. But maybe can you speak to just your level of involvement in engaging the community as this project kind of continues or progresses?
Yes, I do. I wanted to make sure that I established relationships with each one of you first before we went into the community, so that way nothing is, heard second or third hand. So that's why it was very important for that. But once we go live, again, once we have this public-private partnership and agreement established, then we'll definitely want to work with the city council in establishing and attending different meetings to be able to present this to the public. We definitely want to do that, and it's very important for us to do that. And one thing I wanted to mention too, I know that there's going to be potential questions regarding the photoluminescent on the path, but it is also something that we've talked about internally to do a test area on site. So that way everybody, all the parties involved can come out and take a look and see how that is being utilized, make sure that we're meeting all the standards before we do a whole mile stretch of it. So there are going to be touch points along the way, but definitely in my background, just to kind of let you know that I worked for Walt Disney Imagineering and I worked for the director of store design for Mellow Mushroom. So creating a thematic environment is very important to me. So we really want for when the guests who come onto our property and for our tenants and whoever ends up living here, because eventually we'll have residential as well, for it to be an experience. And so, and even with our tenants, it's very important to get out into the community, and we're hoping with word of mouth, everybody will feel welcome to come on board and know that there's a place for everyone here. And we really want to make sure that we focus on that. And then my experience with hospitality and creating these dynamic environments, having a model room, having a sample here to make sure that everything, nobody's working in silos, is very, very important. So to answer your question, yes, we want to engage in the community, but we also want to make sure that we do it at the right time, because this was around 5 years ago and it went dormant after COVID and various other reasons. We want to make sure this time when we come back and we are presenting to the public that we are unified, that we are working with the city, and that we all are ready, and so that way we don't mislead anybody and we can manage expectations accordingly. Thank you.
No problem. Last question that I have is, in essence of keeping the momentum going, how can we as a city best support the success of this project and development?
For me personally, communication. I love our meetings. I love us being able to talk about hearing what the needs are of the community, to be able to share with you the different developments that we do have going on, and help me streamline how to best engage with the city. As opposed to me just holding, forums by myself. I would love to be able to meet with each one of you, and for you guys to be able to gather, and with my team, and only part of my team is here, so I would love for even the council to meet everybody. We have an architect on board who is amazing, and his name is Nathaniel, and he is with Chasm Architecture, so he is very familiar with East Point. He used to be a tenant at Buggy Works, and Alrich, who's another part of my development team. So we would love to be able to come out into the community and meet with each one of the wards, so that way every ward feels engaged and a part of this whole process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. Should we move forward with this project, do you guys have any type of timeline as far as your start to, how long it would actually take to bring this to fruition?
Great question. I'll tap in, Jack.
Great. Yeah, we've got to get this part of it done. We've got a lot of design work, a lot of engineering. So our hope is that we could actually start construction in the fall. We have a big transition from the Buggy Works, so a big client move to the the oak knitting mill. We've got a lot of other dynamics working on. But getting the site work done and getting it engineered correctly and getting the city and all of us to all be nodding that, yes, this is the way we're going to do it, and yes, this is how it's going to look. And so as we go through that process and keep modeling the pricing and being able to deliver that. So if we could start in the fall, that would be perfect. Great.
I see no other colleagues in, and so at this time, I'll just say thank you so much, Ms. Woods and Jack and Bryson and Damien, thank you so much. I know that everyone has had an opportunity to speak with the exception of Damien. So Damien, is there anything that you'd like to add or share? If you state your first and last name in the company.
Damien Barton with Atlanta Pro Group, LLC. No, just partnering with Bryson on the civil work for the path, so looking forward to the opportunity. Yep.
All right, thank you. And just to follow up on some of the comments or questions of my colleagues and Ms. Woods or any of the team, you can correct me. I know that one of the questions was about community engagement, and I know that the conversations that we've had is, and this also dovetails into the question that Councilmember Cummings had about how we can best support this development and sort of next steps. This development agreement is really essential to that. And so we've got to get this nailed down and executed so that, to your point, Ms. Woods, that when we do go into the community, we know exactly what we're sharing because the agreement has been then executed between the development partner and the city. And I know that there's been some work on that. I think that the city attorney has a few things that she is working with the city manager on, and Public Works is engaged in all of that. So the ask is for next week for this body to give the city manager the authorization to move forward to execute the development agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other piece, I think, about the momentum, and you've talked about some partners. I believe you've shared that, of course, one of the parcels has already been sold and there's interest in others, but this development agreement around the path is really critical because you would need to know, and those interested in purchasing will need to know where those easements are going to be so they'll know exactly where they can build and where they can't build. And
Correct.
So for that momentum, we'll need to do this portion first, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so with that, I know the city manager is on the line and the city attorney is here. And so I know that there are some items that are being worked through on the proposed agreement, and they'll continue to work with our development partners. And so I think there's a time period certain that we would need to have this done to keep that momentum and move forward. Our June meeting is June 1.
Yes.
Is that when we would need to make sure, so if we were able to give the authorization at next Monday's meeting, then we can meet that deadline. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That is all I have. And I see that Councilmember Hemming is back in. So at this time, I will recognize Councilmember Hemming.
Mayor Pro Tem, some of your comments prompted me, and I'm curious if you would allow, excuse me, I have a terrible headache, so forgive my inability to speak tonight. If you would allow the city attorney to give us a high level of things that we might be adjusting in preparation for that June 1. That's not what you said. You didn't say June 1. It's coming back to us on Monday.
Correct.
Would you allow the city attorney to weigh in on things that she might recommend before we receive it on Monday?
Okay. Madam City Attorney, would you like to speak to those things specifically or in aggregate or however you'd like to present those?
I'm okay with the high level.
Okay.
Okay. First, I will echo everything. This is not legal at all, but it's a great project. But as far as the City Council's consideration of a development agreement, the development agreement that was drafted, I guess about 3 years ago, I think I had a draft that Ms. Woods gave to me that was dated 2023. It looks a little different from the draft that was provided to me by the city manager. I would like the council to consider a separate resolution just approving the P3 partnership, right? The public-private partnership, to ensure that we are specifically calling out what the public benefit is, because this is not going to be something that I think will have a competitive bid component where we are seeking proposals for development of a path, right? Obviously, the path is on private property to then be donated to the city for maintenance and ownership, which is very important for the P3 to ensure that we can articulate that the public will benefit from whatever city funds are expended to pay for the development. So I think we need to make sure we have two separate and distinct documents. One being the agreement, obviously, which myself and Mr. Jones are communicating via email about some details. But then secondly, the council resolution that approves the partnership with, would it be your company? Thank you. And that calls out what the specific public benefit is. So we may see that on this Monday or maybe June 1st. As I work further with Mr. Jones, we just need to, work that out. And then we will also need the easements, right? Or the deeds that will show when construction is complete that it is indeed a deed to the city. So we'll need legal descriptions of what the path is so that we can carve out the portion that will be city-owned post-construction.
And it is my understanding, Ms. Woods, you may be able to speak to this, that there's a proposed path currently, but we don't know if this is going to be the final path, and that the development team will be working with Public Works to make those decisions, and then I guess the legal descriptions will follow wherever we land, we being the city and the development partner. Is that correct?
Yes, two-part. Yes, we want to absolutely work in conjunction with Public Works, but first, internally, we want to work with our civil engineers in making sure that the grade changes with everything that we're proposing actually works with what's on site. So that's what we're working with right now.
Okay, all right, excellent.
And that's why it was important for us to get the standards that we received last week, which was great. So we shared that with our team. So we had a meeting this morning, which was great. And so now they're working on a couple of different options based on, we just finished environmental for our whole middle section there. So we know exactly where we can and cannot go, which is critical in this process. So now the next step, once we have a couple of options, then we'll definitely engage with the city and Public Works. One, again, hey, this is our proposed layout, and then we'll also discuss where we want to do our sample section, so that way everybody can weigh in on that.
Perfect, thank you.
And
Councilmember Henry?
Yeah, I just want to add that it would increase my comfort if we did have that supporting resolution that then at least describe these steps, even if we can't get the legal description of which portions would be the path, just that there is an expectation that these documents are forthcoming and support the ultimate development agreement, because it is public funds that will ultimately reimburse. So I don't know if we need to make a motion. It sounds like the city attorney is already working on that resolution, but I would like that to accompany the developer agreement that comes back to us, or whenever it comes back to us, that both of those documents travel together.
Yes. So our expectation is that we will receive the proposed development agreement and the P3 resolution, Madam City Attorney, to discuss those things.
I do want to make sure we're all on the same page, is that I think the expectation, though, is for you to know exactly what you will be reimbursing for. So to the extent that the portion of the path has not been defined yet, we will need that for the development agreement. The portion of the path, if it's a portion, I don't know if it's the whole thing, but whatever the city is going to be deeded back or granted an easement for and be required to maintain post-construction, we would need to know what that is.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, that needs to be a part of it. Understood.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other council members in. If there are no other questions, thank you all so very much. And thanks for the presentation. We're excited about the development, and I am encouraged that we can move toward resolution, and we'll have the documents that we'll then be able to act upon once we receive those from the city attorney and the city manager.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. All right. Our next agenda item is the Planning and Zoning Ordinance rewrite status. And Madam Deputy City Manager, if it's okay with you, it looks like Director Smith and Assistant Director Kelly are making their way to the podium. If you are okay with them presenting this item, we'll move forward.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Director Smith and Assistant Director Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Atkins and fellow council members. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director, and Mr. Lee Kelly, Assistant Director. We're coming before you today to give you a project overview of the zoning ordinance rewrite and to provide for the basic objectives of the zoning ordinance rewrite. The city actually is in the undertaking of a comprehensive, complete rewrite of the zoning ordinance to modernize development regulations, improve usability, and align the ordinance with the 2022-23 comprehensive plan, as well as our long-term economic development objectives. The project goals are mostly to modernize and streamline the zoning regulations that we have, to improve clarity and to ease administration, to reduce unnecessary variances, address emerging land uses such as the data centers, which is currently under moratorium with us, to strengthen design and development standards, and to support neighborhood revitalization and economic development. The consultant team retained, as you know, is Inspire Placemaking Collective, and their purpose is to lead the ordinance rewrite, which they've been doing a very good job of, in collaboration with our department, along with our interdepartmental steering committee, which you see here. Our stakeholders are our city attorney's office, our power department, economic development, fire, parks and rec, police, code enforcement, public works, water and sewer, as well as the city manager's office, along with our community stakeholder group as well. Some of the things that have been completed to date: we have established, obviously, executed the consultant agreement and conducted the project kickoff. We have established our steering committee. We have held steering committee's meeting. The first meeting was on April 22nd, a couple of weeks ago, and we have begun the comprehensive review of the existing ordinance along with the consultants. The present status to date is, as of last week, May 6th, we did have a joint boards and commissions meeting to go over some of their concerns, and we went through multiple exercises to extract feedback from them on last Wednesday. Some of the key milestones, we are on track, so that is great. Key milestones are project governance has been initiated through the steering committee, which I talked about. We've started that process. The consultants have started the baseline zoning audit and reorganization framework for the zoning ordinance in itself. We've started the public engagement as well. As I stated, we've had the joint board workshop and the public meeting kickoff. That was on May 6th. We do have community advisory group meetings that will be announced. We do plan also to have a public kickoff on June 27th, which coincides with the city's FIFA community engagement. So we plan to have a very big kickoff there with lots of events and just getting a lot of feedback from the community. What I do want to implore for the board is to please look at the website that has been created. I'm not sure if we're able to get to the website from the meeting. We have also provided for a flyer that has been communicated through all of our web pages, social media. There is a survey that we would like for everyone to take. And if you all, after taking the survey and looking at all of the opportunities that were provided on the website to look into providing your feedback, If you could, please, if you can, reach out to all of your constituents. We'll take you going on your social media and getting the word out to get everybody's feedback. That we're just trying to get the feedback from every single person. We want everybody to have a piece of this. This is going to determine how the city grows. We're very happy for the 2 projects that were just talked about, as far as the DeLoe Village project, as well as the development that just spoke. Those projects came through this process of rezoning. Both of them were rezoned to mixed use to take advantage of the type of developments that we want to see the city grow in. And this particular zoning ordinance is going to continue that development process and hopefully bringing in greater projects to the city. So I'm excited that we have 2 projects that came through our process. You all have the opportunity to have input in them, and we want to use this opportunity to rezone the zoning ordinance to just keep it moving, keep the development, keep up the momentum. And we need everybody's help, everybody's momentum, and everybody's support. This is a community project. So thank you. That's the end of our presentation. We really just want to get you up to speed to where we are, where we're going on it, and we will come back periodically through the process to give you more updates as we move along through the process. And we'll take any questions. There wasn't an ask. The ask is just to get the word out for everybody to gather their input and provide it back to us.
Okay, thank you, Director Smith. And let's see, we have first Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And I just wanted to say thank you so much for your presentation. And it was a great telephone interview with the young lady from your office, with me and my council colleague. I know that we provided so much feedback about this planning and zoning rewrite. I just hope that you know it comes from a good place, and these are genuine concerns of the constituents that we represent. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to stay on May 6th, but what I wanted to say was, I know that item number 7 is on the agenda. There is not an ask of council. I would just like, as we are talking about these zoning rewrites, that we kind of tighten up our mixed use development piece and what we want to see in here as far as those mixed-use developments are concerned. So I did put some information in the packet, if you all could just kind of review that, and we continue the dialogue and discussion, we could continue the discussion. 1 second, please. I'll let everyone have a round, and then I'll come back in because I can possibly address item number 20 right now as well. So I'll yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. I will recognize in this order Councilmember Ziegler and then Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you so much, Director Smith. So a couple of questions for you. How much more feedback from like the steering committee and from council are you going to be looking for, or is this going to be more now pushed into the public?
We're going to have additional steering committee meetings, and staff will reach out to the steering committee directly for those meetings. So we have several of those planned coming up. As far as what our ask is to go on the city webpage, to look at the actual webpage that was created for the zoning ordinance and take the survey. There is an exercise that's also included on the webpage where you have the opportunity to place a marker on the map and provide comments as to, oh, I would like to see a cafe here, or I would like to see some type of outdoor space created. So it's very interactive. So we're looking for any and all feedback throughout the entire process, no matter whether you're a council member, you sit on the committee, or you're a citizen.
Okay. So the steering committee and the consultants that we have hired to help us through this rewrite. So what is the final product of the consultants? Are they going to give us just like a presentation, or like where do we move on from there to actually rewrite our ordinances?
So once all of the data is collected, and they did explain in our meeting last Wednesday, they have actually created a spreadsheet. They are taking every single piece of feedback that they are receiving and categorizing it based on how the new proposed zoning ordinance is going to be set up. Once all of the feedback has been received, they are going to give it back to us to review what their recommendations are. And that is going to be the opportunity where we get to meet with our steering committees and get their very detailed feedback based on what the recommendations are from the consultant. So what's going to happen is we will get the opportunity to meet with the steering committees and actually go over their proposals, all of the feedback, and gain it that way. And that is where a lot of work is going to be needed from everyone that has volunteered to actually be on the steering committee, because we're going to look at all of the policies in detail.
Okay, so let me just make sure I've understood. So we have this whole zoning code, and the steering committee is going to go through each individual zoning code, like R1, R1A, mixed use, industrial, I1, I2, all those, and they're going to look at each one and make recommendations on what it should say in the future.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, is the permitting process included in this zoning rewrite?
There is a portion where they're looking at the development review process and they're giving feedback on how to streamline it, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other council members in, and I think the questions that I had have been answered. So Director Smith and Assistant Director Kelly, thank you so very much for your presentation.
All right, and we'll be back.
All right. Before you leave the podium, however, are there other agenda items that would require Director
Yes.
Smith and Assistant Director Kelly?
Actually, it wouldn't be item number 20, because the ask of item number 20 is to direct the city attorney to come back with a moratorium, so no.
Okay. I do see Councilmember Martin Rogers. This is an item sponsored by you, number 7, regarding mixed income housing. Do we need for Director Smith and/or Assistant Director Kelly to be a part of that discussion?
We just had the discussion. There was no ask. I was just providing information as we're doing this planning and zoning rewrite, that we consider what those proportions are for mixed-use development. I think we have some really great projects coming into East Point, but I do believe that there is room for I didn't hear you. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it was just, it's just optional. It was just something to add as we're talking about more mixed-use developments coming into the city of East Point, and what we want those percentages, those thresholds to really look like.
Okay.
So it was just information purposes only. Thank you.
So we've disposed of number 7, is that what you're saying? All right, thank you. And, all right, thank you so very much, Director Smith and Assistant Director Kelly. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, Councilmember Martin Rogers wanted to add an agenda item. I wanted to wait to get the opinion of our city attorney on that. She did state that because the agenda had already been published and we had already moved forward with the meeting, that in order for us to add the item, that we would need to suspend the rules. So if that is still the will of the body, we can I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules, get a second, and we'll carry that vote. And then once that passes, I'll entertain a motion to add the agenda item. So we would need to do that first. So council members, that would be the process. So if you're interested in adding this agenda item, I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I make a motion to suspend the rules.
And can your motion be very specific? Because suspend the rules for what?
For adding an agenda item, budget presentation, to an already approved agenda.
Okay. And Councilmember Martin Rogers, does your second still stand?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? It has been moved by Councilmember Ziegler and seconded by Councilmember Martin Rogers that this body suspends the rules that would allow us to add an agenda item regarding budget presentation discussion. If there's no other discussion, all in favor sound aye.
Aye.
All opposed sound nay. Hearing none, the ayes have it. We've suspended the rules. Councilmember Hemming.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't think you saw my mic. I'm in for discussion about the vote, but it seems like it was taken, so I don't know if it's too late to.
It's passed. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't see it. My apologies. We now must have a motion to add the item. So we've only had a motion to suspend the rules. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to add the item.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to add the agenda item, budget presentation, as presentation number 4 on our agenda for tonight.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Ziegler that we add an agenda item under presentation, making it number 4 regarding budget presentation. It's been seconded by Councilmember Martin Rogers. Any discussion? Councilmember Hemming.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I want to say I support the presentation happening, but I also want to acknowledge that it's currently 9:18 and we have several items that include staff members who have already worked a full day. So my ask of council would be to first dispose of the items that staff members are leading and have the presentation at a later point in the agenda.
Okay. And so that would then go to your motion. Your motion, making it presentation number 4, is around sequencing. Would you like to amend your motion?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I will amend my motion to instead say that we will add the budget presentation after the agenda items that staff is here for.
Okay. And, okay, that has been moved by Councilmember Ziegler and seconded by Councilmember Cumming that we will add the budget presentation discussion after the agenda items where staff would need to be present. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor sound aye. Aye. All opposed sound nay. Hearing none, the ayes have it. Okay, so then we will move on to agenda item number 4 under previous agenda items, and this is council discussion and possible action on police department updated jail inmate agreement. As the presiding officer, I'd also then like to hear any other item from police department. It looks like number 12.
Mr. Pro Tem?
Yes.
When I stepped out a second ago, Chief had to go downstairs. We're going to call him back up, but you might want to do something else.
Gotcha. Okay, that's no worries. Let's go to Public Works. So at this time, I'll go to item number 5, council discussion and possible action on vendor Johnson Controls from Cooperative Agreement Sourcewell number 030421-J as in Jack, H as in Harry, N as in Nancy for service agreement of HVAC for City Hall and the Law Enforcement Center not to exceed $120,000. Funding sources general fund. Director Reeves and Assistant Director Hall, I would like to go ahead and hear number 5, which is Public Works, and I believe that is all, that your only item. So you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeffrey Reeves, Public Works Director, and Cadell Hall, Assistant Public Works Director. And Mayor and Council, I really want to thank you guys for considering the employees who have worked, but as well as you all have worked as well. So we pray for you. But with this item number, get back focused here, this Item number 5 is council discussion and possible action on the vendor Johnson Control from Cooperative Agreement Sourcewell 030421 JHN for the service agreement HVAC for City Hall and LEC not to exceed $120,000. Funding sources general fund. We are requesting to have this contract extended. It's coming up for renewal in June the 30th. So what we're asking for the extension and send the package for the extension of this agreement with Johnson Controls, who handles all our maintenance inspections for our HVAC systems within the city. They also do some other work with us in reference to inspections of our fire alarm systems and things of that sort. So we're looking for the extension of the contract for 2 years and then 1 year approval by mayor and council after that second to the third year. The cost will increase from $40,000, $43,000 to $47,000 within those 3 years. Those would be the difference in the 12 months for each 3 years.
State that one more time.
So with this extension, the first year, which would be coming up now, it would be a $40,000 a year. That's our maintenance plan with them. Then our second year maintenance plan would be $43,000. Then our third maintenance plan would be $47,000 with the approval of our mayor and council for that additional 1 year. What we're doing, we're asking for additional funds to be added to this because they do also do the maintenance part and do the repairs. So we want to make sure we have the funds available so when they start to doing the repairs, we will have funds available. Right now, we've had them already for the last 2 years. This past year, we extended our extension of maintenance to the LEC, and I tell you the difference that we're having in reference to the improvements of the HVAC system over there, heating and HVAC, and also some of the other works that they've done with us for cleaning the ducts for safety issues that we've had with duct cleaning and environmental inspections to make sure the air quality is good. So we're just asking for the extension of this, mayor and council's approval for extension of this Johnson Control.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Before I call on any of the council members. So first year, 40,000, second year, 44,000, third year, 47,000.
Yes.
And my calculation is that is a total of 130,000.
Yes, sir.
The agenda item states for an amount not to exceed 120,000. So is it that we need to add 120,000 to whatever has already been approved, or should this read not to exceed 130,000? Because based on the numbers that you just gave, this 120 is not enough to cover those years.
The third year, we have to come back for approval again, so it'll be just for 2 more years.
Okay. All right, I would have another question.
So this approval is for, we're going through this process of saying we'll have approval for the additional 2 years, and then the third year, we'd have to come back to mayor and council to get approval again. So we're just proving that process of the contract.
So the 40,000 for first year, 44,000 for second year is $84,000, which then is 100. But the question, the ask is for 120. So why not ask for 84,000 or 90,000, because you're asking for more than what you just stated you need? That's, I guess, my question. I'm just trying to be aligned and consistent on this. So, Madam City Attorney, I see you with your mic on.
Before she answers, so
Yes.
that additional funds is for when we have maintenance issues that have to be repaired. So we're adding additional funds based on some of the repairs that we have done already. So we're basing that additional funds for those 2 years for those additional maintenance and repairs.
Okay, so contingency. So if there are things that need to be done outside of the 40,000 first year, the 44,000 the second
Yes,
year,
sir.
then those additional funds will be used.
Yes, sir.
That not to exceed
Yes,
a
sir.
total of 120.
And we'll be
for
putting
those
that
2
cost
years.
into, starting this year, we'll be putting that cost into starting this year, which will carry over. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll now
I
recognize.
just want to ask one final question, just to ensure that you're anticipating that repairs would be approximately the balance of 120 in the first 2 years.
Well, if it exceeds that, we'll have to come back to mayor and council to get additional funding added back to this again.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Going to recognize Councilmember Hemming.
Director Reeves, I just forgot your name, I apologize. Director Reeves, I noticed that the funding source says general fund in one place and then it says capital fund. I just wanted to I'm curious about the upcoming budget. conversation and presentation we're going to have later on tonight, this is already proposed for fiscal year '27, so that if we approve this, we're able to maintain it for the outer years.
Yes, ma'am.
It's embedded in there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is also a very bizarre question, but does Johnson also service some of our other HVAC units across the city for some of our other properties?
We don't have them on our maintenance plan like we do on the 2 buildings here in the LEC, but they do maintenance, the repairs.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And maybe I'll ask Director Pinkett later. I was curious about that just from a recent experience at the Jefferson Park Rec Center. And so I was curious if they were the ones that also managed the project, given your comments that they are doing a very good job maintaining here at the City Hall. So you don't have to answer that, but I was just curious.
I think you had what was the problem at the gym? Because I may be able to answer that question for you too.
Oh, it was just out for a couple of days when it was really hot trying to work out. So, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So we do call them in to do repairs around the city because they are like our on-call kind of thing. So we do call them in to do repairs.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about those boilers or something like that.
Oh, no. So
and we had those on
that
our
allows for like economies of scale that we're using them for multiple facilities across the city.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Yes, ma'am. We've experienced a lot of different supposed to be marketable companies, and we bring them on board, and then they treat us like they don't care. And we got a company that cares. I mean, they just came out this past week, did some inspections for us, provided some kind of outlay of what we might want to do in the future as far as our preparation for our plans, future plans for capital improvements and things of that sort.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, I would ask that this item be moved to the consent agenda for our next meeting unless there are other concerns from council.
We do. We've got another council member in for discussion. At this time, I'm going to recognize Councilmember Ziegler.
Good evening, Mr. Reeves. How are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good. So is this I'm sorry if this is a repeat question, but this is an extension of a current contract?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if my memory serves me right, when I was first elected, on the second floor of the City Hall building, the ceiling collapsed because of the HVAC water accumulated in the ceiling tiles. And I know that in our Ward B office, it's been really difficult to maintain the temperature at a decent temperature. Do you think that those issues are because of the contractor that we chose, or I don't know, what do you think is going on?
Well, some of those were issues from the construction of the building. So what we found with that issue right there at the doorway going into the mayor and council's offices was a problem that they were having. There was a drainage hole where the condensation would go into, but it wasn't going into that hole, so it was going down through the building. So we had to have that fixed. Also, with our HVAC and air conditioning systems in this city hall, they're kind of a unique system where they're on an ALG kind of computerized system. We had to bring in a specialized company to do the work. We previously had an outside company who was using this company, and they were kind of giving us additional funding, or we couldn't get it done. So we contacted a company direct, and so now we work with Insight, that's the company. We work with them direct, and they come in and they do all our HVAC works and adjustments. Deputy City Manager, she had experienced a lot of different things in her office too, so we try to make sure we have those all adjusted. So right now, I think we're on par. We're going into the warmer seasons. We should see what's going on. Some of the things that we have in City Hall are the thermostats in the different rooms, and being able to adjust them separately because they have to be coded in, and our staff has gotten trained on that, so our staff are able to code those in, and we'll be changing those codes so they can meet the temperature climates during the summertime.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I see no other council members in, and so just to wrap up the discussion, this extension of the contract has purview of a City Hall and the Law Enforcement Center. As you may remember, Director Reeves, on the second floor on the legislative side of the building, mayor and council offices, I know that our office during the summertime the control temperature in there is warm. So much so that we've had to buy a desk fan, and a floor fan. And so I am hoping that that conditioned air can be addressed through this extension because we are having to run those things in the warmer months.
Yes, sir, and that should be addressed, and we are definitely still working on that to make sure that that's going to be adequate. But what you have in this building is it's an environmental type of building, so when there's no occupancy in the rooms, the temperature gauge is dropping down, but what was happening, the system was not picking it back up in the morning. So when you would come in and if it hadn't been anyone in there, you would have that temperature problem. So now we're trying to make sure we adjust that to make sure we have that problem alleviated.
Okay, all right. I was just in there working today. I had both of them going, the desk fan and the floor fan.
Well, you just give us a buzz. You got my number.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, sir.
If there are no other questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And there has been a request to move this item to consent. Is there any opposition to moving the item to consent for Monday's meeting? Okay, hearing none, we'll move this item to consent.
Thank you. Have a
so
good
very
evening,
much.
Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Okay. Our next agenda item, I will now ask our Chief of Police if he would come for council discussion and possible action on Police Department updated jail inmate agreement. And while you're at the podium, Chief Buchanan, will you also then present number 12, council discussion and possible action on alcohol licensee name change, new owner, Crew Lounge?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Well, good. Council, City Attorney, Deputy City Manager. So last time we discussed this, we were looking at various prices in terms of our inmate agreement. After we had that discussion, I got multiple phone calls from multiple judges that we service their inmates. Based on the conversations, by default, we have become the only facility they can utilize. I would go into a little bit deeper. So based on what the judges told me, the most they charge people for a fine is $1,000. So they can't pay $500 a day.
They can't pay what now?
They can't pay $500 a day. We talked about the various rates they could pay. So we had a meeting. The most they could pay is $200 a day. You actually had a very good idea. So what I did was I got with HR. I said, how much would it cost for an additional large umbrella policy in case the unlikely and hopefully never event happened of someone dying in the jail? So what we decided was to have an agreement where it's $200 a day, 50 of the $200 a day per day would go to a insurance umbrella. We're waiting for HR to give me what that looks like, but we anticipate after the jails are fixed, they start next month fixing all the cells. If we can have about a 90-95% occupancy, that'll bring in us another $200,000 in reference to paying for a large insurance premium policy, which should be plenty to have a huge umbrella policy to cover everybody. So that's what we're looking at. So I want to give you an update on where we were. The reason I explained to you, I didn't really want us to have other agencies' inmates. However, by default, and I say default, we've been doing it so long, there is literally no other facility. I talked to Sheriff Labatt over this past weekend, and there's no other facility. So by default, we are it.
All right. Councilmember Hemming and Councilmember Martin Rogers, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, to Chief Buchanan, please.
Yes.
Thank you so much for doing the legwork. I understand the necessity for the larger community, and I'm very curious about if there's any opportunity to partner with Fulton County for them to further subsidize. I hear what you're saying, that a portion of that would allow us to purchase an umbrella policy. My concern is, and being a good neighbor and a good citizen is great, but I also know that there are a lot of things that need to be updated and repaired for our jail. And so I guess what I'm asking, and I'm trying to find the appropriate way to ask this, I want to know if there's an investment from Fulton County, given that we're serving a need that Fulton County has, that we could then use to improve the conditions of our facilities. If we're going to serve this kind of regional hub, and this is something that would be a value add to the broader South Fulton County, my ask of you would be to find out if there is a way for Fulton County to make some investment in this too.
That's not an issue. I can speak with them tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilmember Hemming. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
All right, and Chief, at first, I was not going to agree with this, but I'll listen to what you have to say, but I need to go on record with what I have to say, and I was not in support of this for a couple of reasons. After I did the research, number one, high liability and legal risk. Housing inmates, especially for other jurisdictions, exposes a city to significant liability under federal civil rights laws. Claims related to use of force, medical neglect, or unconstitutional conditions, and then those unpredictable escalating costs. Detention is expensive and costs often exceed projections, especially centered around that medical care. That's an issue. A medical emergency care and long-term care, staffing, and insurance. Resource strain on local infrastructure. Police, detention staff, transportation, and administrative resources can become stretched. Number four, operational control and accountability issues. When multiple agencies are involved, it becomes harder to clearly assign responsibility for incidents, policies, and standards, and then the reputation out in the community. Residents may oppose their city being used as a detention hub. And then what really made my antennas go up is page 2, the per diem. I find the proposed per diem to be insultingly low and not reflective of the true cost, liability, or value of the services the city will be providing. The profit should be simple math. I think you came and you said something about $200 a day, but when you do the math, the market realities say that most municipalities operate within 175 to 225 day range, with higher rates justified only when services demand, and then the sustainable profit is modest. Is the city going to be making this much money? Because I think inside of the agreement, we're only looking at 12 inmates. I think that's what it said.
So in the current one, each city is allotted so many inmates. So it's imperative, and I've spoken with Director Reeves, and he agrees. Next month, we start to work on the jail. In order for us to make this beneficial, we have to have all our cells working. We're going to have to hire another nurse. So there are some expenses that we're going to have to account for. I want to make that clear. We definitely going to have to do those things. And everything you said, Dr. Rogers, is correct. I mean, make no mistake about it. Everything you said is correct. This is not something we really wanted to do, but literally, I hate to say the word by default, but it's by default. We really in a situation where the other cities have no choice. So we have to try to accommodate this, whether we want to or not, at least until some things have to be done in terms of maybe they open up another jail. I know Alpharetta up north is looking at opening their own jail because everybody is being impacted. And I'm not trying to blame the sheriff department, but everybody's been impacted by the sheriff department, by their fault or not. It's just, they're overcrowded and we're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
I think that there's an opportunity, but the $200 a day, it's at least saying, based upon my research, that it should be $250. Also on page 12, it says the weekly maximum number of blank inmates shall be 12. And then again, that per diem costs $150 per day. I mean, surely we can probably do better than that. And then going over to page number 5, where it talks about that medical care. I mean, I don't know if you watched the news recently, but inmates are coming into these facilities ill, and they are not getting the proper services. So I'll hold out on what it is you want to bring back, but right now, it's just, I don't know if it's worth the city. I don't know right now, so I'll yield, but those are just some of the observations that I found when looking into this. And I come from a long family of police officers and firemen.
And I would agree with you. I mean, it's just unfortunately by default when it's kind of a situation, but you're correct. I want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Chief, I've got a few questions. What are we currently charging other municipalities?
They vary, but I think it's between 65 and 70 something dollars per facility. I mean,
Per day.
per day, depends on what agency we're holding for. So everybody would go up to $200 versus the 65 or 70, $75. Those rates were old and out of date, and myself and the city attorney have definitely discussed that.
You can't get food for that per day, and so we're housing people also and taking on all the liability?
That's why we wanted to change the contracts. It was just horrible. It was a horrible situation, horrible contract.
Okay. I hear you when you say that we have no choice. I differ in that opinion. I'm not exactly sure what it means legally that we are by default the detention center for these other municipalities. It sounds like that's an issue that they need to take up with the county. The county is charged with housing inmates, not the city of East Point. Madam City Attorney, can you speak to that when the chief says that we are by default the detention center for those inmates? I don't understand how we could be legally bound to take these inmates from other jurisdictions. The county is charged with that. And I also hear what Councilmember Hemming is stating. I think that the entire amount, $250, if we're going to move forward that agreement, we need that. And so if the county is charged with detaining inmates, then maybe what we're asking of the county is that if you're not going to physically be able to detain them, then you must pay for our insurance policy for us to be able to provide support. But I don't know if the county just gets off the hook, and I don't know how we do that.
So actually you might be legally bound if in our service delivery strategy, we have contracted with the other cities in Fulton County to provide the service, right? We are actually in SDS negotiations right now. I know the city manager, I think, are attending those meetings. And so the current SDS likely says when each city fills out their Form 2s in the SDS, one of the Form 2s is jail, right? One of them is planning and zoning. You list all the services, right?
Right.
And if the city, let's just say Union City, puts East Point down as their jail provider, then yes, you are legally bound. And the way to deal with that is in loss negotiations. That time has passed. Loss negotiations occurred, I guess, about 3 years ago. And they usually happen every 10 years unless there's some qualifying event to trigger, like a new city maybe popped up in Fulton County, something like that. So your loss provision should reflect the services you provide. And so in a perfect world, Fulton would take less of the loss and East Point would take more of the loss when it comes to jail services.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's the best way to handle them giving us some credit for providing a service that technically, constitutionally,
They're
the
charged
sheriff
with
would
providing.
provide.
So I know that about a month and a half ago or so, maybe a couple of months, the county did convene the meeting for SDS discussions and negotiations and all of those things. So are you saying that, can we get a copy of the service deliveries? Because to your point, we are supposed to know who's providing what, and that's what those discussions are about. I would be interested in knowing what it is saying that East Point is to provide if the county is not providing those things, and how we are then also augmenting or assisting other municipalities within the county, and what that structure and breakdown is for those services. I know that there's been a lot of discussion, not just with jails, but animal control and a whole number of things. Many municipalities are not pleased with the services around some of the delivery of services that are to come from the county. So I would be interested in getting a copy of that to see what services are to be provided by the city and what we are being compensated for that. Otherwise, the citizens of East Point are paying for them.
I'll make 3 points. One, I think Mr. Jones is on. I don't have a copy of the last SDS, or the current, rather, SDS, and so surely the city manager's office can get that. Two, we're under contract for animal control, and provided that may change in this round of negotiations is yet to be seen. And then lastly, I will say, without commentary, that the city receives more than its population share of loss.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Madam Deputy City Manager, is Mr. Jones on? Can he speak to service delivery strategy and where we are with that?
Can someone repeat the last question? Again, I'm on a delay, so I'm not caught up on the conversation.
The question is about service delivery strategy and discussions with Fulton County in terms of what East Point is providing, what the county is providing, and how East Point is being compensated. Specifically, this conversation is about jail services.
Yes. So there has been a number of meetings. I want to say roughly around 4 meetings. I think there is a joint mayor's meeting that is also scheduled maybe as soon as tomorrow. But where we are, and there's going to be a separate breakout just talking about the jails. I just talked to police chief yesterday or so to say that he needs to be a part of those meetings, and he will be moving forward. We don't have a set number. We do have articulated the challenges that have already been talked about in the discussion that I heard from the council with regards to liability and the costs. And so those issues haven't gotten to any kind of negotiated number at this point, but they are essentially dealing with the challenge of overcrowding, the challenge of diminished county response and ability to respond, and then us already being established on the south side of Fulton County. On the north side, Alpharetta is talking as if they're going to step up and create a program. But on the south side, we are it, and so that's kind of where we are. I think the other big picture, which we also talk through, is trying to help them beef up their ankle bracelet home arrest program. They did express that it's they have the capacity now that they could double their current number, but they're also playing catch up on there. So they're looking for a holistic conversation because at the end of the day, even if it is just a county problem, it's going to be our people too that we take in that might be released, and then creating more problems in the community than to just say it's a county issue. It's really a community issue, and it has ramifications just from outside of the cost and the liability, but also the impact in the community with having people that shouldn't be on the street.
All right, thank you. Those are all the questions that I have now, and it says here possible action. So I imagine that there will be some due diligence and additional work, and you're coming back to council for any possible action.
Yes, and Mr. Pro Tem, so there are probably 6 different agreements. We want you to approve just the language, and it will be repeated for each of the agencies that we serve, right? And so that's why when Councilwoman Martin Rogers was reading it, just said 12, because that's probably the example for one city.
Gotcha.
So once you guys approve the framework, the cost, the terms, and all that other stuff, we will duplicate that for each of our cities.
And there will be due diligence and the rigor put into this to make sure that It is my understanding that because of some of the challenges in our current law enforcement center, that there's overtime with police officers because elevators are out and things of that nature. You got to transport inmates from one side of the jail to the other side, and it requires more people. So again, those are things that the citizens of East Point are paying for. So the rigor to go in to make sure that whatever we're collecting from these municipalities, it is helping to augment those costs and cover those costs. And to your point, Chief Buchanan, if the repairs and renovations are going to start next week, there's a cost to that as well. That is not just for East Point inmates, but would be for some of those inmates that we're currently housing, making sure that that number helps to cover those renovations, and the citizens of East Point will not bear that on their own through our property taxes and other fees.
Yes, and that is critical. Like I say, in order for us to make this work, those repairs have to be made, but also everyone has to pay their fair share. That's just the bottom line, because we can't operate negatively. So that's why we're looking at all those things.
Okay, so we'll wait to hear back whenever you all are ready with that language for this body to consider.
So I have one more meeting with them. I will get with the city attorney, and hopefully by work session next month, that's our goal, because we want to move forward with this so that we can get these repairs made, we can get a new cost structure, and that's going to be very beneficial.
Okay. Thank you so very, I know, I can see here. I'm going to recognize her now. Thank you so much, Chief Buchanan. Yes, I was asking a question. That's why I was talking. I'm now going to recognize Councilmember Caldwell. She's got questions.
Thank you. You may have just kind of touched on this. I was asking about, or wanted to ask about timelines. Like, when are these contracts set to expire, that we need to have something new in place? It sounds like we still need to figure out that dollar amount that is going to ensure that we're not operating in a negative space, and that we can also provide the proper repairs to the jails that we need. So just from a timeline perspective first, what is that timeline?
So our goal is to have it before the next work session, or right at the next work session. The issues that came up, I would tell you, is these other factors that we spoke about tonight that I didn't account for, because we were getting out of the other city's business in terms of having a jail, a regional facility. But because of like a default, now we had to go back to the drawing board and take a look at everything. So that's what's the holdup. So we want to move forward as quick as possible. Now, that's our goal, but we have to get the city attorney and these other cities to make sure that's going to be something we can do.
Yeah. So your question was expiration. So I think the current draft has it a 5-year agreement. Because it's an intergovernmental agreement, it's with other governmental agencies. The max could be 50, but certainly we don't want to do 50 years. And so I think we put in there 5 years for the expiration. However, it could terminate sooner if we give notice or they give notice, or if they violate. There's a provision in there that talks about them violating or breaching the agreement. Failure to pay, dropping off an inmate that's sick, or dropping off an inmate that hadn't been properly vetted before they give them to us for custody. So 5 years is the term, but there are provisions in there where it can be reduced.
And really, I was kind of asking about the current contract. When is that set to expire?
Different timelines for different cities. So there was not we have like 5 agencies or 6 agencies that we house their inmates. All their contracts look different. So I can't answer that because they're all on different timelines. We want to standardize it with one contract for each of the agencies, with the amount, with the number of inmates that they can have. Some of them expire in 2 years, some of them 3 years, some of them next year. It's all over the place.
And then I guess the last question is just the flexibility in this. I mean, we're doing a 5-year agreement up front. Cost remains the same for 5 years, or does it take into consideration any type of just normal cost increases?
No, it was, the way the draft read was that it was going to be whatever the number y'all decided on, which I'm hearing 250, 200, something around there. It was going to be a static amount for the term of the agreement, only because just like East Point, the other cities have to budget for this. And so what escalation costs may trigger or raise. I'm not sure, but if that's something y'all want to see, I can certainly draft that.
I mean, I think we can look at historically, like, cost increase, inflation year over year, maybe 2.5% or something along those lines to put into the agreement that says, hey, each year the cost would increase, just to make sure that we're covering ourselves for any inflation or future inflation. And then the last comment I'll say is, it sounds like we're still in need of solidifying what that per day rate is. As City Attorney mentioned, here in 200, 250, 275. I don't know what we would need to do to kind of identify like what is that current rate that's going to ensure that we're not running in a negative space.
So what I can tell you right now is, just based on our current calculations, that would be more than triple what we currently charge. So that would be very beneficial for us. And the reason we chose 200 is because we spoke with all the different judges in terms of what are your fine amounts. And based on their fine amounts, I can try 250. I don't think that's a stretch from 200. So we'll see what happens once I speak with them.
And Chief, just for clarification, my recollection was that it was 250, with 50 of it going toward the umbrella policy.
So it's going to be 200 with 50, which is 150. But we can try for 250 and then 50 going toward the umbrella policy. But it was 200 with 50 going toward, but I'll try 250.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
The city manager would like to make a statement.
Please, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I just want to add, I know Chief has been working with the judges to determine that number. I think another avenue is the SDS process, and there may be an opportunity to come to an agreement on what we would call an authority to come in and make an assessment, a third party. If we can get all the cities to agree to that, and then have that number actually go through some type of study, then we may be able to get to a point where we all can agree and we can have a number that actually represents the need.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. I don't see any other council members in, and so we'll wait to allow you guys to continue to work on that and come back to us with a recommendation for those agreements and the language therein, okay?
And can we just emphasize including the county in the conversation, given what all of the discussion we've had?
Yeah, I think that the county is in the conversation because they're currently doing service delivery strategy meetings.
Is that okay?
Which includes all the services that we mentioned, jail, animal control, health, and all of those things. Yeah, so they're being included.
I'm being clear that my expectation is that they are then subsidizing this in some way.
It is what I think City Attorney Wiggins was stating. There is a way that I guess the county addresses that through this service delivery strategy agreement, and we get, I'm going to say credit, if you will, but there's a different word for it, I'm sure, if you want to speak to that, City Attorney Wiggins.
So what I was mentioning is that the service delivery strategy process, which we're in currently, talks about the division of services. Who's going to do what? Which city or not which county, because there's only one. If the county's going to do it or if the city's going to do it. And that happens for all 15 cities in the county. It's a back and forth conversation. And then based on what you provide, the loss negotiation, the local option sales tax negotiation kind of follows the SDS to say, well, you're doing all of this, so you, in the incorporated portion of the county, you should get credit for the services you're providing in your loss provision. And then the last comment I made was that the city currently receives more than their population share of
I got
loss.
you. I follow. Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. If we can move to agenda item, unless you have anything else to add to this. Thank you. Let's move to agenda item number 12. Number 12 is council discussion of possible action. No. Number 12, council discussion of possible action on alcohol license name change, new owner, Crew Lounge.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Lieutenant Trumbull, the item before you will need to be presented at a later time due to not being present inside the South Fulton neighbor as of today, which is part of the alcohol permit process.
Okay, so it needs to be properly noticed, and we have not done that yet?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just real quick, I know you all were at the last meeting with Egan Park in reference to Ms. Ward want to serve. I mean, issue. She was aware, but Lieutenant Machado wasn't aware. So I just want to kind of let you know that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And has anyone followed up with her?
I've spoken with her, and I'm actually meeting her tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Lieutenant Trumbull. All right.
Councilmember Atkins?
Yes.
So what are we doing with number 12, next work session, or?
He just said at a later date, Trumbull, you just said a later date because we don't yet know when it's going to be advertised, so it has not been properly noticed, correct? Number 12, Crew Lounge. Microphone.
Yes, I'll have to have it set for a new work session and council date.
Okay, so June, work session?
June, yes.
Work session, okay, thank you. Okay.
And what about item number 4?
Number 4, we didn't give that a time period certain because I think that there's some due diligence. Are you going to be ready? No, for number 4, this is about the jail. I thought that there was.
Probably not, because it sounds like we are making sure this extra $50 that's going toward the insurance policy needs a little vetting. So I don't think we'll be ready.
Right, I didn't hear a time period certain because what I heard from Chief is that he's waiting to get information back from HR. He's nodding his head, and then there's also some additional things that we asked them to do regarding service delivery strategy meetings and other things, so they'll bring it back to us when they are ready, is what I assume. All right, thank you. All right. Director Echeverria, your items number 14, 15, and 16 have all been moved to consent unless I have overlooked anything. Good night. Good night. Okay, let's go to Director Pinkett, 9, 10.
No, we're going on to the next June, number 8.
No, we're doing staff first. Yes. The presiding officer has called Director Pinkett to present agenda items number 9 and 10. Number 11 has been agreed to be moved to consent. And if there are any other items on here for Parks and Recs that I've overlooked, if you would present that as well. But we can start with number 9, council discussion of possible action of vendor game time from cooperative agreement Omnia Partners for Brookdale Park playground upgrades, capital improvement approved, and capital improvement funding source amount not to exceed $160,000.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to be before you for 2 exciting agenda items that I have on tonight. The first one is the playground piece for Brookdale Park. This time last year, we changed out the swings, made the access points ADA accessible. If you've been by that park, we also made the parking lot accessible as well as the bathrooms. The center playground piece is the last piece that we will be addressing at this park. Over the years, we've done a lot of work over at Brookdale Park, from the tennis court we have, basketball courts, putting new roofs on the pavilions. And the last piece that we have over here is our destination playground piece. I presented this piece to my Parks Commission Board. They were in favor of it. This is one of our mostly highly rented parks that we have in Parks and Rec. It stays rented with activities. The improvement is going to include a playground piece that has 4 slides. Currently, it's only 2 slides on that playground piece. We have accessible, ADA compliant, ADA features of this playground piece. It encourages group play, but it is truly an enhancement. One of the biggest features of this particular playground, it will probably be a mandate in about 2 or 3 years for all playgrounds to have a shaded structure. And a lot of my CIP requests for 27 is to add shaded structures to our playground pieces. So this piece will actually be kind of forward-thinking for the direction of what our playgrounds will need to look like in the near future.
Okay, thank you, Director Pinkett. Any questions regarding this agenda item? Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Director Pinkett. So we both know that there was some hiccups with Egan Park and Center Park with their playground switch out. And I think we had talked about just making sure that the community is aware of the changes ahead of time and things like that. What you said tonight sounds great to me. I just want to make sure that the community is aware, so that when it does get changed out, that they are not so surprised, and in the event that there are any concerns, they can let you know beforehand.
Yep. So I've been working closely with Annie Davis that sits on my commission board. I presented this to them about a month ago. She took it back to, I guess, some of the powers that be for the Jefferson Park neighborhood community. I haven't heard any feedback in a negative way, but I can lean on you for any further outreach I would need to do. But from what I'm understanding from Annie, it was well received.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Director Pinkett? Director Pinkett, my question, shaded structures, you talked about a mandate that you believe will come in the next few years. Is that only for built structures, or can we also talk about tree canopy for some of our parks? I think about parks like Piedmont Park that's got great tree canopy and those things that provide shade. And is this also an opportunity, based on the presentation given by Mr. Lucia earlier today from Trees Atlanta, to partner with Trees Atlanta to plant some specimen trees in our parks?
Kind of a tricky situation. The majority of our parks in East Point are neighborhood parks, so it's very limited green space. We only have roughly about 3 what I call destination parks that has the square footage for play outside of the playground space. So adding trees, it has to be very strategic to bring in shade. Most of the mandates that we're hearing in parks right now is to have some form of shaded structure that's actually on the playground bed. So anything that's kind of near that can provide shade would be nice, but we really have to be more strategic about the placement of some of the large trees as far as them growing very near to the playground space. Another thing that we'll be doing over the coming years based on capital improvements is changing out a lot of our mulch beds to poured rubber surfaces, so it'll be a smooth transition, so any child that might be handicapped or have a wheelchair can easily move through the playground space. So adding things in the near perimeter like a tree could be kind of fighting against the accessibility. So it would have to be like very smart planning if we were to add trees to be shade for the playground bed.
Okay, thank you. I see no other council members in. Council members, would you like to consider moving this item to consent?
Yes.
Councilmember Ziegler is in.
Sorry, thank you. I think your question was about putting trees in the playground bed.
Well, I'm assuming near to provide shade.
Oh, I see.
For the actual playground.
Gotcha.
The actual playground space. That's what I was referring to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I think just generally adding trees, because I know Brookdale is huge. And
yes.
Same, with some of the other parks and stuff. And so we just have a great opportunity to plant some really beautiful trees for people to enjoy underneath.
Yeah, I'm not really good with the northwest and south, but the part of the park that's away from the basketball courts, their spaces are actually an excellent opportunity, the big open fields. We've kind of maximized everything from like the street side up to the basketball court. One small feature while we're talking about it, I'm not sure if you all have been by Sykes Park. I know Tremaine might be familiar with it. We've been adding shaded canopies on each end of the tennis court. We'll be adding a shaded canopy on that top side of that basketball court as well. So the young people and the people that go out there and frequent the park to play basketball, they'll be able to sit under a shaded space as well. Right now, it's only in the picnic area, which you got a shaded canopy, but we'll be adding one of those hopefully by June.
Council members, would you like to consider moving this to consent?
Yes.
Without objection, we'll move number 9 to consent. Okay, Director Pinkett, number 10, council discussion on possible action on vendor, the Corbett Group LLC from ITB number 2026-1918 for the renovation of Sumner Rose Garden, not to exceed $106,600. Funding source, capital improvement, FY26.
Yes, very excited. I'm excited about all my projects, honestly. I keep saying very excited. But Sumner Park is one of the most unique parks in the state of Georgia. We have a velodrome track. We have the model mile that we built through that park. More recently, we've been connecting Conley Nature Trail to Sumner Park. The residents have been going out and enjoying our flag football, refreshing Grayson baseball field. We did a dog park. We refurbished the tennis court. I mean, we've been doing everything. One of the last pieces of their property is the Rose Garden. Very excited about the group that actually won the award. The Corbett Group has worked on Colonial Hills Unity Park, more recently Bryant Park, but they do an excellent job in construction. As you know, it's somewhat of an eyesore now. I've attended a lot of the Sumner Park meetings to discuss with them about that particular space. More recently, I got a couple emails from Sumner asking about this project, so I was excited that we got an awesome contractor who won the award. But we'll be doing a refresh. It's an old, well, not canopy, it's an old pavilion that sits on their property that's kind of rusted. But we'll be kind of repurposing that path, adding additional seating. Obviously, we'll be doing rose garden plantings and a lot of more native plants in that space. So it will be more of a refresh than something that will look completely different from what's there. There are a lot of busted up pieces of concrete, pavers that we'll be cleaning up to try to beautify that space that sits on one of our main thoroughfares.
Councilmember Hemming.
Madam, Mr. Pro Tem, if I may, to Mr. Pinkett, I'm very excited about this project and also curious about what maintenance looks like after. So after the refresh, how are you thinking about sustaining the beautification of the Rose Garden?
That's a great question. One of the biggest problems with the plantings, a lot of the plantings were not conducive for continuous maintenance. I have an awesome park service team. So the thought in mind when I actually went with the design, working with the engineer, is to come up with some stuff that actually looks good year round. As you know, a lot of plants go dormant, so we didn't want to change the character of what the Rose Garden is intended to be, is people want to see roses. But doing more native plants that have a better life expectancy throughout all seasons was put into mind. We want to do something that was very minimal, where it won't require a lot of maintenance. But my park service crew, as you know, they're over there multiple times a week. It is one of our most rented spaces. So adding beautification with smart maintenance is always a part of the plan design that I'm leading to. So we have a great chance of keeping that spot looking amazing throughout the year.
That's great. And I just wanted to add and offer to you that I've started walking that part, the new part of the path that leads from Sumner Park through Conley Nature Park, and it's looking good. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I yield.
Thank you. Any other questions of Director Pinkett? Seeing none, council members, would you like to move this item to consent? Without objection, we'll move this item to consent. Thank you. I think that these are all of your items, Director Pinkett.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Let's go to contracts and procurement. Mr. Lawrence. This agenda item number 17, council discussion and possible action on resolution for the definition of single source within the ordinance. The floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, good evening. We were touching bases on this in regards to utilizing single source in another situation. And my department got with the legal department to make sure that we have a clear definition of single source. It's pertinent to the ordinance. We originally had a clear definition of sole source, realizing that there was no definition of single source, we took it upon ourselves to make sure we had that. So we're before you just to see if this could be the new ordinance in regards to the difference between single source and sole source.
Is there a presentation where you can put that on the screen so that we can actually look at the language?
Let's see what we can do.
For the viewing public, if we could get that on the screen. Madam Deputy City Clerk, can we get the definition of single source on the screen?
Mr. Pro Tem,
Yes, Councilmember Hemming?
I've already emailed some of my questions to Mr. Lawrence, and so I'm curious, while they're pulling it up, if I can just ask him to respond to some of my questions that I've emailed.
Sure. While the Deputy City Clerk is assisting him with that, if he could direct his attention to those questions and provide some responses. Director Lawrence.
Yes, sir. I apologize. One of the questions, we were talking about adding clear language explaining that single source procurement cannot be used simply for convenience or vendor preference. To prevent misuse of single source procurement, it cannot be, of course, we put that in there, cannot be used for convenience or vendor preference. Now, we have to remember that this is going to be at the approval of the purchasing director, right? So, of course, we're never going to do anything for vendor preference. So, but we will clarify that language for you. And please, 1 second, let me send this to the Deputy City Clerk. And there we go. The next issue, issue that you presented was include approval thresholds. So we currently already have, we already have thresholds that are already there in place. Of course, anytime that you will see the single source or sole source for your approval will be, of course, $25,000 and above, anything that's coming before council. Required documentation showing the pricing is fair and reasonable. Whether the price is fair and reasonable will be determined by the requesting department and then later approved by contracts procurement, right? So just remember this, a department wouldn't say, hey, I want to use this company as a single source and it's $400,000 more than the next company. So we're always going to make sure that I'll allow the directors to make that decision first, and then once it comes to contracts procurement, we would double check that, of course, making sure the price is not out of range. But the criteria that's on there will allow it to be there. Next, we had added reporting requirement, so council receives regular updates on sole source and single source. Again, anytime it's over $25,000, that automatically comes to you guys. And last but not least, we're taking into consideration of, let's see, I think it says strengthen the distinction of sole source and single source to avoid confusion and reduce the risk of misuse. What that is, and thank you so much. Let me scroll down for you guys. The distinction is clear and the risk of misuse is eliminated because the approval is left up to procurement department. So remember, the procurement department, procurement is law. So we're actually, we're here with officers to follow that law. And so anytime that, the other part of that is education, the educational piece of making sure that the directors, deputy directors, office managers, they're aware of the difference between the two, and that's what my department is doing as well. Then we also have remove or revise broader terms like pioneer status, and this is towards the end, if you don't mind me scrolling down. Letter D, professional expertise. The provider has a unique historical perspective, specialized intellectual property, or a pioneer status regarding a specific city program. And the suggestion of Councilman was to, remove it or revise it, make it less broader, so that in turn is the provider possesses specialized expertise, exclusive rights, proprietary materials, proprietary knowledge, a direct involvement in the program's development, and extensive experience related to a specific city program or early stage leadership in implementing the specific city program. That's just being a little bit more direct for you. Any questions?
Yes, the item, I agree with the changes that you proposed. The only item that I don't think that that I'd like to clarify is that I'd like in the single source that you all present on some routine basis a report to us that says, here are the single source kind of vendors, this is the amount that has been spent. I know that you're tracking them. I want to gain visibility from the council perspective into how we're using them. And I know that, we talked about this, and I understand that you have a process, but also I think just for the future opportunity to make sure that council has a view into, are we holding and being having fidelity to our processes? That's what I was asking for, like some sort of documentation that we routinely get. I don't know what cadence, so I don't want to suggest anything. I'll let you offer that. And then the only other thing was about the fair and the reasonable price. I just want to make sure that the justification is written. And I don't know that I saw that language. Maybe it's there and I just didn't interpret it correctly. But I just want to make sure that the justification for fair and reasonable is offered. So I don't know if you're going to have some standardized sheet that says, this is my single source vendor for these for these reasons. This is why it is single source. And this is why I know that the price is fair and reasonable. I just wanted documentation to accompany the justification, if that makes sense.
It does. And so, addressing your first point, we will, at your will, of course, start to track that information for you guys. That's absolutely not a problem. We have not done that in the past where we're tracking single source. I mean, of course, our ERP system, I'm pretty sure can do that with no problem, printing out a report saying that. Second, the criteria, if you look at the screen, the criteria of A through D, that criteria is conditioned, of course, to the explanation next to it. A lot of the times you're not looking at price at that, right? So for instance, if we were to, one of the things that we're suggesting is having a scanner for our warehouse, right? Our ERP system, BSNA, they provide that. They provide a scanner for that. Now, of course, we're not going to pay $1 million for that. So automatically, we're looking at the price to make sure that we can afford it. But we want to make sure it's reasonable. So it's always there, but we can, like you said, we put that in writing. We don't have a standard sheet, but again, the justification does come from the department, and it is filed within BSNA.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Hemming. I will recognize in this order Councilmember Martin Rogers and Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you. And for the record, I will not be supporting this ordinance because a few weeks ago, we were presented with a 17-year-old RFP, and here are my reasons why. This ordinance creates a significant loophole in the city's procurement process by allowing non-competitive contracts to be awarded under vague and overly broad single source criteria, while sole source procurement appropriately requires proof that only one vendor exists. The single source provision permits bypassing competition even when multiple vendors are available, based on subjective terms such as most suitable or best interests of the city, which are not clearly defined. The lack of independent oversight or required council approval concentrates too much authority in the purchasing agent with no meaningful checks and balances. Additionally, the ordinance fails to require verification that pricing is fair and reasonable, exposing the city to potential overpayment. Key safeguards such as clearly defined good faith review, documented market comparisons, and transparent reporting are either weak or absent. Provisions like professional expertise and critical necessity are also loosely defined, making them easy to misuse as justification for preferred vendors. Altogether, this structure undermines transparency, accountability, and fair competition, and risks turning what should be limited exceptions into a routine workaround for standard procurement procedures. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. May I respond? Sure. So, just for the record, single source is a procurement process, just as sole source is. It does not circumvent, it is actually part of the procurement process. The major thing about single source, you have to trust your staff that's here. If you think that your purchasing director, in this case your interim contracts procurement director, is here to pull the wool over your head, then you're going to have the issues that you have. But procurement is straightforward. Again, it's ordinance, it's law. I actually have the actual degree for this stuff. I have the actual certification for these things. So we're not trying to find the quote-unquote easy way out. We follow the rules and the regulations. You can actually talk to the city manager, who can direct you to the directors, who will tell you that we make it a point to follow the rules and regulations of procurement.
Thank you. Did you not try to present a 17-year-old RFP a couple of weeks ago?
No, Councilwoman, we did not present a 17-year-old RFP. We presented a single source justification. And in that justification, they mentioned a 17-year-old RFP.
17-year-old RFP. I know that's going to end up in our audit report, but I don't want to split hairs. I'm not going to support this, but thank you for your presentation.
No problem. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Now we'll recognize Councilmember Caldwell.
Thank you. I'm also having a few concerns with it, mainly because just looking at the 17-year RFP as a justification, that doesn't seem to fall in line with what you've presented here. I see things about, equipment, software, infrastructure, operational, things of that nature. But I'm not seeing where the 17-year RFP would qualify as a justification for a single source. And I don't remember anything else a part of that presentation from a justification standpoint that would qualify it as a single source. But in addition to that, my concerns with this is that we are bypassing the competitive process. And with that, I mean, even if we have a proprietary solution or something along those lines where that might qualify for a single source, just going out and getting pricing from other vendors at the end of a contract is helpful for us to be competitive with whoever we're in business with. So I'm not seeing the benefit of that. The other thing is from a transparency standpoint. I hear you with the trust, and there is a level of trust that we have to have for our staff, so I agree there. But the concerns that would come up is we're moving away from a very defined process to an honor system. And it doesn't really give us the ability to have the level of transparency we should have with our constituents. So I guess maybe one of the questions I have around transparency is, how will residents be able to verify that there's, an adequate evaluation process that's taken place?
Well, every single source that comes before you all has a justification attached to it. So that's up to mayor and council to approve that justification. The previous justification that Councilmember Rogers mentioned was not something that you all approved, but it wasn't based solely on the RFP that you all are mentioning. So the justification is up for your approval. So, and that's what your constituents can look at as well.
Yeah, I think for me, because there was a disagreement there, and that was what was presented to us, that this is, someone that completed an RFP, they were selected 17 years ago, or however long it was, but there was just a difference in opinion as to whether or not we should bypass the process because of that 17-year RFP. And so my concern is, what happens when we have these differences in the future, and how do those get resolved?
So, just for correction, this is not a bypass of the procurement process. This is, I don't know how to explain it for you guys in reference to, this is, you're talking to a procurement professional who's letting you know that this is part of the procurement process. So this is not a bypass. Again, it's not an honor system either, right? We're not looking at something that's like, oh, okay, that's fine. All the criteria that you see up there, the city attorney and myself, we didn't just come out of the blue with this information. This is information that you can look at it, it's really explained in detail. For instance, letter B, warranty integrity. The minute you turn around and you get another company, you already destroyed, the warranty is now voided. So now you have a bigger problem. So you might get new items, you might cause this competition that you're talking about, but now if something goes wrong with the previous stuff that we had, we can't utilize the warranty, which is one of the reasons why you probably approved it from the get-go, because it had a length warranty, 5, 6, 10 years. So you have different examples of this that we're not trying to circumvent, we're not trying to ask for an honor system. Again, this is a process.
Even in that scenario, warranty protection, that typically wouldn't be impacted until you actually selected a different vendor. We're just talking about going through the competitive pricing or process. So you may get different costs for services that you could still go back to your same vendor and say, hey, this is the cost for these goods. And, ultimately you make a decision as to what is best for the city. But you could still select that vendor. You would just not forego the bidding process to understand what other competition is out there and how they could potentially provide services to the city. That still protects the warranty.
Again, we're never foregoing any procurement process, ever. So when these examples that you see, whether you want to say you can poke holes in, they're there for a reason.
The only other thing I'll say is this, because we do have a policy ordinance that states if it's over a certain dollar amount, then it should go through a competitive process. So that's the part that I'm saying that we would be foregoing. If we have the ability to select internally to not go through that process and select a vendor.
Not to interject, but you also have the ordinance that states sole source and single source. So you got to remember, the ordinance doesn't contradict itself, right? So what they're doing is stating the different procurement processes, right? So you're talking about the competitive bidding process, but then you also have the aggregated purchase process, which you just approved through Omnia. Then you also have the single source and the sole source process. So you're stating different processes, but you're just picking one.
Well, the way that the ordinance read, it read single source and sole source as the same thing. That's why we're looking at this new well-defined or added, language around the two definitions. But prior to this, it read it as one definition, which did not include what you've listed here. But the other thing I was going to say is around just thresholds. You mentioned, we're not going to do this for someone that's, if it's over $400,000 or something along those lines. I would like to see that well-defined so we understand where these parameters are. And in case there is a need to have some types of checks and balances at some point in this process, we have something to look at to say, yes, we're moving in the right direction, or maybe we need to put some other things in place. My fear is that by implementing this, we will put ourselves in a very reactive space in reacting to things after they've happened. Versus being proactive and seeing exactly, what's in front of us and making a selection proactively.
Councilmember Caldwell, do you yield?
I yield.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hill, in for a second time.
Actually, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I just wanted to be noted for the record that I'm going to leave the meeting at this point, and that if there's any voting that would take place, I want the record to reflect that I'm absent from the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please record that Councilmember Hemming has been excused from the meeting? Thank you.
Mr. Pro Tem,
Yes.
can I weigh in on this whole single
Yes, you can.
sole source conversation?
Yes.
First, you are correct. There was a agenda item wherein there was an attempt to justify selecting a vendor after a 17-year-old RFP, and the justification was single source. Post that agenda item or post that meeting, I went to the ordinance and realized that, as Council Member Caldwell stated, that single and sole source was almost synonymous in the code, but they're not synonymous. So the code that you see here, the ordinance you see here, was to separate them out and clearly make them distinct in separate procurement processes. Okay, so the draft goes further into single source to say these are the considerations that you must, assess and to be able to justify this is truly a single source vendor. Let me give you an example. The Caros development, without this ordinance, you couldn't reimburse them for the PATH project. That is an example of a single source vendor, if you will, because they're the people that own the property, they're the people that are going to design, build, and then easement the property back to the city, right? They're a single source. And so as we were talking about the P3 resolution and the development agreement, we have to identify them as that to avoid the competitive process. And so you do it. It happens, and it's a real thing. So I highly encourage, with the recommendations that we've heard from you guys, I know Councilmember Hemming had some recommendations. I highly recommend that you adopt an ordinance that clearly defines single source, because there are going to be, as we just saw tonight, examples. And maybe the RFP one is not a good example of single source. I agree with y'all. I don't think that was a good example of single source. But there are going to be other instances where you're going to need a clear definition and a clear process of how you get there.
Thank you, Madam Attorney, and you answered my question. I was just going to ask Mr. Lawrence if he would just provide an example for illustrative purposes, because I am familiar with the single source and the sole source, but that was a great. Also, in that situation, that development is a bit unique because there's a connection that the city desires to have to the pedestrian bridge that would go through their property and all of those other things because they own the property. So that did answer my question. Councilmember Martin Rogers and Councilmember Caldwell, I recognize you in that order at this time.
Okay, and I understand what you're saying, I do, but it needs to be stated in this ordinance for me to be comfortable with it, that all of this comes back before council.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt, but you realize that how you procure it and then who approves it are two different things.
Correct.
So you guys approve everything over $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're wanting to change the ordinance to say for single source, you approve from 0 to infinity, we can put that, but you already have an ordinance that this one doesn't change, that says you approve everything over 25. This is just a procurement process. It's not an approval process.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, do you yield?
I'm going to yield and
Thank you.
do some more research on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Caldwell.
I guess this question is for the city attorney, and it really falls in the realm of transparency. So how do we validate that level of transparency if the process, the procurement process can consist of a person selecting a company?
So if you look, okay, here we go. A contract may be awarded without, and there's a typo, so please excuse it, it'll be changed. A contract may be awarded without competition when the purchasing agent determines in writing, in the best interest of the city, after conducting a good faith review of available, that should say sources, not forests, that the acquisition of goods and services from one identified vendor when multiple sources may exist in the marketplace. So that there will have to accompany the contract a written justification that company A, B, C, D, and E do this. But we are recommending to the city council that you go with company C because, and here are the becauses, A, that's not a word, A, B, C, D, I have added since we've been talking, and E and F, so that it's a written document that's in the record, accompanies the contract to say, we didn't pick it because we like them or because they're our cousin or whatever. We picked it because it meets the criteria, the non-arbitrary, non-discriminatory criteria that they truly are the single company that can provide us this good or services, not the sole company. Because anybody could develop a path, right? I'm just using that as an example, right? Anybody with a shovel and some cement and whatever can develop a path. But because of some certain considerations, this one is the only one that makes sense for the city. I'll tell you really quickly, the E and F that I added was convenience and preference. Selection of a single source vendor shall not be allowed for city or vendor convenience, to circumvent the procurement process, or to show preference to a particular vendor. F says price. The cost of use of a single source vendor shall be evaluated to ensure that the benefit of the services or goods is a value to the city. The justification of cost being fair and reasonable shall be written and submitted with the contract. So these are the criteria that the purchasing person has to identify or evaluate and send it to you guys before you will approve that contract, provided it's over $25,000. I do recommend that, and it's probably very few instances where a single source will be selected for under 25, but I do recommend that to provide the transparency you're talking about, maybe it's zero, right? Every single source agreement comes to you regardless of the cost. That helps with the transparency.
Okay, so I definitely would like to see it with the E and F added. And I'm okay with what I'm seeing here. I think where the disconnect was for me is none of these reasons were provided when the previous contract was being labeled as single source. I don't see that connection between what's listed here. And so that kind of sparks a little concern about our selection process and our ability to select within these confines. But I do understand that there is a single source and there's a sole source and there's a different definition, but it is a bit concerning that we placed a company under, you know, the single source that doesn't meet these requirements.
Let me tell you why you didn't see it, because we didn't have this ordinance. It didn't exist.
But even now that we've written it, it doesn't match.
So if you applied that contract, right, to this ordinance with the E and the F, it may not meet it, right? And so, but it may, right? So you need to create the ordinance so then when those type of things come to you, you can assess it against the ordinance to say, oh yes, this is truly single source. I see the written justification where the purchasing agent went through the criteria. It didn't exist, so you didn't have it, which is why I had pushback. I don't know if you knew that, but there were emails between myself and Mr. Jones and Mr. Lawrence that says, I don't know about this, y'all, which I don't think you guys have approved that yet because we wanted to bring this first. So now, if you approve it with the E and the F, the purchasing agent has to then evaluate, which was it for the tax people, is going to have to evaluate their contract, their services against this ordinance to then determine, are they truly single source, or do we need to go back out for RFP?
And then the last question I have around that is, where would we fit in the approval process?
Anything over 25, or like I just suggested, you can make it anything over $1 for single source because it doesn't have the competitive process if you want to see all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. So for the, I know the big hangup is on the, I think the vendor that we had before, that was like 17 years, right? Maybe we can put and that was classified as a single source vendor, correct?
The RFP was not classified as, but we were utilizing what was provided from that, and the fact that we never moved forward from that. It was at no cost to the city.
Right, I get that it was at no cost to the city.
And for the record, we are putting that out for request for qualification,
Yes,
so
I
just
know.
wanted to clarify that.
So I think maybe if we do run into those instances where maybe there's a stop, if it's after 3 or 4 years, you have to just go and just resubmit it and put it back out. Because it may come back to that at the end of the day, because there are other people that do that service as well, correct?
From my knowledge, there was another company, but I don't know if they were free to the city.
And that's fine. I'm not knocking anything. I think like one of the big things was it was 17 years and we hadn't gone with anyone else. So I understand the heartburn that may come behind that. So maybe if we put some sort of time frame in place that, when you do in those rare occasions, maybe after 2 or 3 years, it automatically goes out. Now, if they're the only ones that go in and they submit, that they say that they could do it, or if they and another company say they can do it and they still give us the most bang for the buck, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I think the thing is, when something sits for so long and nothing moves on it, and then we come back, and then I think that was kind of like what that heartburn was on that. Now, the thing that we do, on both sold and single, anything over $25,000. Yeah, anything over $25,000, be it sold or, sold or single source. All right. And with the new guidelines that we have in place that's saying that there were, like you said, A, B, C, D vendors, they all do the same thing, but we feel that B is going to be best because of, and they'll list all of these, it falls in line with that criteria there. So that's what we're voting on this evening, correct? I mean, but we're discussing it and it goes back, okay.
But I'm going to resend out a revised one.
Because now you have an E and F that you've added to it as well.
You got it.
I'm tracking. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on what it was that we are bringing forward this evening. Okay, I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
And I echo the sentiments of Councilmember Cummings. No more than, what, you said 2 years? 3? You said 2 or 3 years, Madam City Attorney, that you have to be rebid back out. I think I'd like to see that in this as well.
So
I'm sorry.
that probably needs to go in something else, right, in another ordinance.
That's fine.
A RFP is stale after, if no award has been given after however many years, it has to go back out. We'll bring that in a separate ordinance. I don't think it goes here.
Okay. Just so as long as it's there. Can we have that by the work session in June?
Absolutely, you can.
So can
Yes, Madam Deputy Clerk, just make sure you add that to the work session agenda. No, the item about stale procurements. It is a stale procurement. It is a such thing as stale procurements. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions, thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All right. Can now move to agenda item. Is Ms. Jessie still here? Okay, so then if Ms. Jessie is not here, then I'm going to go back to number 6, discussion of possible action on the resolution of the East Point City Council established procedure for work session agendas. Councilmember Martin Rogers, you are the sponsor of this agenda. I'm sorry? We just added it after those presentations. We didn't say exactly when. I was going to put it with the finance because there's something on here for finance, number 13.
All right, and the only ask, because the hour is getting late, is to direct the city attorney to draft a current and flexible work session ordinance that reflects, I wanted to say speaking time limits, but I don't think that we need that in a work session because this is where we get the bulk of our work done. So I'm not really sure if it is the will of council to have speaking time limits during the work session, but let me continue. We already addressed the number of agenda items, the time allotted for staff presentations, submission deadlines, deliverables to mayor and council, because I do believe that we need our materials sooner than later. And other important information as it relates to the work session, keeping in line with the charter and current work session resolutions already in place. So that was going to be the ask of council because I was tossing around with a resolution, but I think that it needs to be a permanent ordinance. And I'd like to direct the city attorney, if it is the will of council, to come back with something maybe by the June work session.
We would need to have a motion on that to give you the direction to do that and to carry a vote. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
It is. However, we worked on one. You don't like that one?
Yeah, I wanted you to rework it and turn it into. Yes, but it wasn't an ordinance, it was a resolution.
Yes, ma'am. I sent you the revised, because you asked me that a while ago, so you should have in your email that being turned into an ordinance, which just gives it section numbers and a place to put it. The text won't change.
Okay, so.
But go forward with the motion, which will give me the authority to work with you to make sure it's in final form for their consideration at the work session.
And make sure that if council wants to add additional input, to make sure that I've covered everything. Because I tried to capture what was being suggested, but I'm just not sure. So I'd like to
move.
I'd like to move to direct the city attorney to come back with a work session resolution for the East Point ordinance for the East Point City Council to have an established procedure for work session agendas.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Martin Rogers, seconded by Councilmember Caldwell, that this body directs a city attorney to rework or continue to work on an ordinance that regarding the city council's established procedure for work session agendas. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Can we have it come back to the second work session?
June.
June.
Yes. Can she put it on the agenda?
So that will be for the June work session. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor sound aye.
Aye.
All opposed sound nay. Hearing none, the ayes have it. Okay. Ms. Caldwell, Ms. Cartwright, I did not see you sitting back there because folks have been standing at this podium. And so let's go to item number 13. Council discussion and possible action on change order of $87,000. When previous approval on July 21st, 2025 to $137,000 for vendor Malden and Jenkins for the city audit. Funding source, general funds. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Due to the audit complexities and audit preparation, there's been a review process, additional adjustments, and extended auditor review. Time has resulted in audit cost overruns. Finance is presenting a change order of $137,000. That's a $50,000 increase. Asking for approval.
Okay, the approval is for an additional 50,000 or an additional 87,000?
No, change order of $137,000, increasing the original contract amount of $87,000, so that's a $50,000 increase.
Gotcha. So I'm tracking. Council members, any discussion?
Just to clarify, this is for, oh, sorry.
I'll recognize in this order. Councilmember Martin Rogers, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Caldwell.
I want to know why there's no supporting documents that kind of tells us. It's just a request on discussion and approval of a change order from 87,000 to 137,000. So I'd like to know why, please.
This was just put together. I apologize if there isn't any accompanying documents that goes with that.
Can you just state what you stated previously regarding the overruns and how we got there?
The audit complexities, and it was a piecemeal audit preparation and review processes, additional adjustments, and an extended auditor review. Time has resulted in audit cost overruns. Finance is presenting the change order of $137,000. That's a $50,000 increase.
Okay, what's a piecemeal audit?
They don't accept the piecemeal, so when they ask you to put together documents, they want it all at one time. They will not take a piecemeal. So if they ask us to submit, they want it all submitted at one time and not piecemeal to them.
Councilman Martin Rogers, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. So I know we spoke briefly, so I know, is this the same audit? It's from fiscal year?
2024.
And I know they requested, I think it might have been like 80 or 90 more documents. Is that what this is?
Originally, yes. Since then, they've requested several more documents.
Have they requested anything else after that conversation, or?
Yes, every day they're requesting documents.
Oh, wow. So with this change order, do you think this would be sufficient enough to cover, I guess, to complete this audit?
Yeah, it's still on track for May 27th.
Okay. And I'm assuming they're itemizing what they're charging us for, and that's could be made available?
Yes, council member.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Caldwell.
I think honestly, Councilmember Mitchell asked the questions, and then you mentioned the date that we're looking to have this finished and close out by May 27th.
Yes, council member.
Okay. I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Cartwright, is this time sensitive? This is on work session agenda for this evening, and the possible action portion, would you do that at Monday's meeting? Would that be sufficient?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So we'll put
thank
this
you.
on the agenda for Monday's council meeting. If there are no other questions, thank you. There was an addition to the agenda this evening, so if you could stay at the podium, Ms. Cartwright. That agenda item was the discussion around budget presentation, and I just wanted to I did ask the deputy clerk to go back and pull the motion that was made at last Monday's meeting. If you would read that motion into the record, and then we can go into any discussion necessary thereafter.
The motion that was made per the city clerk from last Monday, Councilmember Atkins motioned to continue with the schedule that would provide that we have a public hearing on the 18th of May. There was a substitute motion to consider interim finance director Cartwright, that she stated we would have the newly formatted budget. That would then give 2 public hearings on the 18th and then a follow-up on the 26th. And Councilmember Caldwell provided the second.
Okay, thank you. With that, the agenda item is regarding a budget presentation for this evening. And according to the motion was to follow the schedule that was presented that does not include a budget presentation for tonight. And so that's why I wanted to go back to make sure that my recollection was correct. So we've added this item to the agenda for discussions around a budget presentation. And I've got Councilmember Caldwell and Councilmember Martin Rogers. In that order, you are recognized.
Yes, I think what that motion shows is that it was 2 separate asks. So there was an ask to make sure that we had a public hearing and to make sure that if and when we receive this budget book, that we can meet the requirements of a public hearing. We didn't do a motion. There was just an ask to put the presentation, which came before that motion, on the work session tonight. And the ask was for us to have a discussion very similar to what the community has had, and that we be presented with the same information that the community has been presented with, so that we could have dialogue around the budget, because it's coming very closely to a vote. So they were 2 separate asks, and it was outside of the motion. So I guess the question becomes, 1, did we need a motion in order to put an item on the work session agenda?
I'm going to defer probably to the city attorney because the item did not get on the agenda. And so I don't know who would have sponsored or carried that, and I'm assuming that if it was the consensus of the body at last week's meeting, that there would have been an item on the agenda, but there wasn't one, which is why I was asking for the motion. My recollection of the motion was that we would get a new budget book, but then we would have 2 public hearings on the 18th and the 26th. So I don't know who would have sponsored it on the agenda, but I'll allow you to answer Councilmember Caldwell's question.
I would say that even if there wasn't a consensus at the meeting, anyone can add, not anyone, not the public obviously, but council can add items to the work session agenda, just generally, right?
So one other question that I have for city attorney, by us not, 1, receiving the budget book, 2, not having a conversation around it, and I know from just a one-on-one session, I do have some things that I want to cover about the budget, that there were some incorrect things in the budget that they just weren't correct. So we are anticipating a new book. How does this impact approval timelines? Because we keep pushing the conversation publicly down the road when we really should be having the conversation. And there was an ask in the last meeting that it be added to the work session.
So how it impacts approval is really up to the council, right? If you don't get the budget book in enough time for you to review it, make changes or recommend changes and see those changes and do all the things that you need to do prior to you voting on the budget, then certainly it would potentially throw off the proposed, the city manager's schedule of when he gets you guys' approval. I do remember we talked about whether or not we would need to re-advertise, because I recall there being a conversation about there was going to be a brand new budget book, right? There was going to be something reimagined and look different. And I made a comment of, well, if you're going to give them a new book that looks different from the book you gave them, you may want to re-advertise in the paper, because remember I said that there's a state law that requires that during the week that you give the budget to the council, you have to have it run in the paper to put the public on notice that the budget book is on display with the clerk. So I do remember that conversation about whether or not they were going to do a re-advertisement or just relate, because it was going to be the same numbers. I think Mr. Jones said something about maybe not, because it's not going to be different in numbers, it's just going to be different in format. Obviously, I only make recommendations, so I left it up to them to decide if they wanted to re-advertise or not. I don't know if that helps jog memories of about the conversation about whether or not there was going to be a presentation tonight.
Mr. Jones said it out of his mouth. He said that he was going to present to council this week, so the expectation would have been that he put it on the agenda, and that's why we thought that the presentation was going to be today. It was a separate conversation from the motion that Mayor Pro Tem Atkins is speaking of, but Mr. Jones actually said it himself that he would present the budget to council next week, and that's today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, and please let the record reflect that there were 3 different council members that asked him. Councilmember Cummings asked May 11th, Councilmember Caldwell asked May 11th, and Councilmember Hemming also asked about May 11th, and Mr. Jones said that he would be presenting this tonight. I would also like for you, Madam Deputy City Clerk, to provide us those minutes at that portion of the meeting, because I watched it earlier today just to be sure. Mr. Jones knew the expectation, and he is not here tonight to present this budget. And furthermore, I will not be supporting the budget that was provided because it is too convoluted. I'm going to go on record again with the items that I have an issue with in the budget. Travel and training has been cut in all departments to $0, including for council members. That makes no sense. A cut to what the city pays for elections from $200K to $50K. I'm almost positive that you all probably have not reached out to the Fulton County Elections Division to see why that cost is $200,000. What is most concerning is the budget is housing and social services, home repair for seniors 65 and over, $300K to $0. Emergency assistance, $300K to $0. Community concerts, $943,000 to $443,000, and it's an additional over $1 million in events, but nothing to help residents. Ward D South Commerce Park, $1.4 million was requested. $0 have been planned or set aside for this park. Ward D has no recreation facility, and this was already previously voted on by council. The plans are underway for the South Commerce Park in Ward D. John D. Milner Park Sports Complex, $350K. Mr. Jones's recommendation was $0. The swimming pool capital improvements requested $2.4 million. Mr. Jones recommended $487,000. The multi-generational recreation center requested $3.5 million. Mr. Jones recommended $1 million, but last year he put $40 million in the budget. Police department, $126K for vehicles. Mr. Jones recommended $80,000 for traffic cycles. There was once a time in East Point where it was difficult due to the shape or how the police cars were. That was an issue at one time. We didn't have enough cars to patrol the city. Fire station number 2, those are renovations in Ward B, drastically reduced. That's a matter of public safety. Mr. Jones also requested that each department cut their budgets by 10%. I have been asking for a list for at least a month now as to what that 10% looks like. Twice, I've asked for his rationale, what it looked like. Neither Mr. Jones or you as the interim finance director have responded. I don't even know what 10% looks like. I sent an email to Mr. Jones and the interim finance director due to the department cuts to inquire if they interacted with department heads, and per your email on May 1st, directors were not provided a copy of what was presented in the budget. I don't even know how that could happen. We received copies on the 20th. There have been 2 community shares of the budget. I also made mention that the clerk's office needs 2 additional employees for the number of open records requests that she receives, and pages 160 to 316 is a copy of pages 318 through pages 398. The table of contents doesn't match. Departments are not named. This budget in its current form is unacceptable. Last week, we discussed extensively having the budget presented tonight. This is a violation of Charter Section 5-101, Budget Presentation, subsection A. And I have no confidence in the current leadership overseeing city operations, and it should be reflected in the minutes and on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Caldwell, you're in for a second time.
Thank you. So I'd hope to get the presentation, but I just want to maybe share some of my concerns with the budget from what I've read. First, you, myself, city manager, yourself, we all met in a one-on-one setting. Just want to provide some feedback around the one-on-one settings. We have residents that are coming out to our meetings. I do believe these conversations should be in a public setting and transparent to where we can hear the comments and commentary from all of city council versus in a one-on-one setting. We lose a lot of that transparency. But 2, during that conversation, you all mentioned that we are in the midst of doing a rate study on our water. We're in the midst of doing power rate study as well, one that we haven't done since 2013. It's been quite some time since the last rate study. So we can potentially anticipate increased rates, right? And so based on just that notion, it's a little alarming to me that we would be anticipating potential increased rates while we're still removing services that's meant to help and assist our community. I saw a number of services removed, things around home repair, emergency assistance, including rent, mortgage, utility services, supplies and resources to assist individuals and family during housing transitions. I saw removal of assistance for eligible persons that are in need of Social Security numbers, birth certificates, and other documentation, and considering what's happening at the federal level with potential redistricting and things of that nature. These are services that our residents could potentially need just to, for their basic voting rights. The other things around incorrect data points in the budget itself. I highlighted a few points in the budget where FY26 projections were a bit low and the amended amount was drastically high. We looked that up together and it just did not match the reporting that you had. The biggest concern around that is it looks as if it's leading to potential over projections for FY27. And so some of and those things needed to be corrected. Summer rates. In the last meeting, there was a question by Mayor Pro Tem Atkins if the winter and summer rates or the rate change was included in the upcoming budget, and city manager answered that it would be catastrophic if it wasn't. The fact that we are in the midst of a rate study and that we had a vote that we would obtain that rate study before making any adjustments to rates, that has not been clearly spelled out, that there would be a change to rates. And so it's a little misleading that that would be in there, considering we had that vote. The other thing, to see events at $1.3 million and to see those services in the Office of Equity and Inclusion dispersed, it doesn't sit well that we would remove services like that and still plan for major events, concert series. Projects like the old City Hall. I mean, there's rumors that that building could potentially have mold, asbestos, then it may need to even be knocked down. The fact that we're putting $1 million into a building like that versus providing services to our community, needed services to our community, just doesn't seem like a good allocation of funds. There were missing projections for FY27. Training and education is huge mainly for our first responders, but across the board. So to see that removed from the budget, I would like to see that added back. I mean, knowledge, skills, these are things that are needed in order to serve our community. And then the last thing I'll mention is economic development. We will continue to shift costs and the burden over to our residents if we don't start strategizing on how we're going to bring businesses into the city. There was about $1 million allocated for economic development. For the FY26 budget, I saw a decrease in sales tax, at least $1 million. There was another decrease in permitting fees, roughly between $500,000 to $1 million there, and that's a direct relation to economic development or the lack of economic development. I don't see a lot of that being planned for in this budget, and so those are just some of the things that I had concerns about, and I'd hope we could have a fruitful conversation around.
Thank you, Councilmember Caldwell. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Interim Finance Director. So the only one-on-one that I have had is where we discussed your uncovering and the city manager's uncovering of how our finances have been accounted for the past number of years. And that is what has brought us to where we are now, where we are looking at a very trim budget. And that is the reason why we're looking at no travel training, a whole bunch of cuts, because the cuts have to come from somewhere. And I guess the question is, what would everybody consider to be discretionary spending to cut? We do have to provide a balanced budget per law. And so, we are going to have to do something that is not going to be popular. This is going to be a very stringent year. We're not going to be able to see our projects that we've all wanted to see done. And when it comes to social services, those cost a ton of money that, quite frankly, we just don't have. And we don't really have the population to support that right now. Because at the moment, our revenue stream is really coming from property taxes, which comes from residents. We don't have a whole lot of economic development here. We have some from Camp Creek, which we just paid off that bond for. But, we don't have a whole lot of economic development here. And so, therefore, the main way that we're getting our revenue is through property taxes. So, anyway, I just kind of wanted to set the record straight on some of those things. Additionally, I've heard over and over about this thing about summer rates and how, we have to somehow wait for a rate study in order to figure out if we have to go back to summer rates. But again, we have an ordinance that was written a while ago that states that we have summer rates. And so, to say that we have to wait until after this new study comes out, that doesn't make sense to me, because, we already have this ordinance that will keep us on track for our expenditures. And as we have seen from ECG, we are not keeping pace with expenditures. And we have tons of power outages that we have to fix. And when we talk about things like quality of life and social services, I think that the bare minimum that we need to provide our residents is being able to keep the lights on. And so with that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Caldwell.
I just wanted to provide a response. We do have an ordinance that has winter and summer rates, but we took a vote, and majority agreed that we should complete the rate study and make sure that we have the proper information, and if we need to reset the rate, we would have the proper information on what that looks like. So that's where that came from.
Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Martin. I'm going to have Mitchell go first, and then back to Martin Rogers, and then to Ziegler.
Yeah, I just want to speak on this rate study. So I believe there was a vote to suspend it at one point, and until,
No documentation.
no, I'm saying, I know there's an ordinance for us, but there's also, you can make a vote to suspend it. I think that's how we got in that situation, and we never went back to the original two rates in the ordinance, which left somewhat of a deficit if our projections are wrong in projecting how much money or revenue will come from that. So I think, one, to make informed decisions, we do need a study, because there's no telling how off we are. Of course, it needs to go up, and theoretically, it might not. We don't know how far it needs to go up. I just think it's important, especially while we're doing our budget and working through these projections now, and actually trying to get our audit done from FY 2024. We still don't know how deep that hole goes. So I think we should be cautious on some of the things on the budget for this year, because I think Ms. Carhart just stated they're still turning in documents. So that's scary to me. A lot of figures were thrown out there, tens of millions of dollars we don't know yet. So I just think us as council members and being fiscally responsible, we just have to realize the situation we're in. I think once we see how deep this hole goes, then I think we can kind of make some of these decisions. But until then, I hate to say it, we just got to sit and wait until, I know she gave us a date, hopefully we'll get our audit done soon, and that'll hopefully put things in perspective. So, unfortunately, I just think we have to wait until we at least get that done. I'll yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, thank you. And first, I'd like to say, referring to Section 8-2009 of the Charter, rates, subsection A, rates. All rates for utility services shall be recommended by staff and approved by the City Council. So I hear what the council member is saying. That's not the proper protocol. All rates, rate changes should be approved by council. And I am thankful that Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Cummings, myself, Caldwell, and Councilmember Freely saw it not robbery to have a proper rate study so that when we do go to make these changes to residents, that we have valid information. So the other thing I wanted to read into the record is I've been hearing a lot about a deficit. I believe in my council comments last week, I said that it is defamation of character, not only to previous administration, but to us sitting here to say that we have these deficits, but nothing has been proven. I was in a one-on-one budget meeting with you, and all I could hear was, we have the money in buckets. I've never heard a municipal budget described as having money in buckets, but then when asked, well, what are the line items, I couldn't get a clear answer. So I expect the cavalry to come in, but the work is showing up, and it's not. It's not. We were supposed to have a budget presentation tonight. We don't have that. And I bet maybe some council members knew that the city manager wasn't going to even be present tonight. I didn't get an email that he wasn't going to be here. I also want to read the reserve policy into the record. The general fund equivalent is a minimum of 12 million. Yep, the electric fund equivalent is a minimum of 15 million. The water and sewer fund equivalent
is a minimum of $8.5 million, and the solid fund equivalent of 4 months, or a minimum of $1.6 million. The stormwater fund equivalent of the minimum is $625,000. So when we talk about this budget, we talk about these meetings with some council members and not meeting with the full staff. I hear it through the conversation, that conversations are being had behind closed doors, and we get to the council meeting and it's a surprise to all of us. I'm not going to support this budget, and anyone who sits here and doesn't support training and travel for employees, I mean, that's just inexcusable. For PFAS, we just got an email about PFAS. The water and sewer director had to go to training for PFAS for us to be recognized in the city. That's a part of travel and training. The fire department, we have a chief right here on our council. I'm sure that they have to have travel and training to be efficient employees. Also, the police department, they have to have travel and training. When we talk about parks and recreation, that department had to go to travel and training for the Miracle League to be in this city. So, I mean, let's get into it. Travel and training, $0 across departments, but you have $8,000 for council members. I could tell you what, I'd rather have my $8,000 go back into our employees instead of me travel and training as a council member. I yield because I'm ready for this discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So I feel like that it's to no one's surprise that we're still sitting in this situation, because we have for many years had issues with audits and budgets. We have not had an audit be turned in on time since 2021. That's a long time. And then additionally, we have issues with our budgets and the presentation of the budgets. And I feel like it's unrealistic to put the expectation on the current city manager that everything will be completely turned around and fixed and be perfect this year. I do expect that the budget would look better, but you know, there is still a lot more work to be done. But as far as expecting, you know, perfection, that we're not gonna do that this year, and we're probably not gonna do that next year either. Additionally, Section 8-2106, Index of Electric Rates. It's in our ordinance already that we have winter and summer rates, and so it's already in there, which is why we had advice from the city attorney that we did not need to make a motion, because in order to go back to summer rates, because we already have an ordinance in place, and also there was no documentation of how that discussion and decision was made. And so that's kind of where we are now. I understand there was a vote already taken to stay on winter rates, but I think that the conversation can be turned a little bit, maybe by accident, that we're somehow raising rates by going back to summer rates, when that's already have been in the ordinance since, 13 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. Madam City Attorney, I think that our rule about twice in is for council meetings and not work session. Is that correct? While you're looking that up, I'm going to go in. So I'm hearing all of the things that many of my colleagues have issues with in terms of the budget that was presented. I just want to go on the record, just so that we're all clear, the budget that was submitted to us by the city manager is not the City of East Point's budget. It is a proposed budget. This body has not adopted any budget. And we've received the proposed budget from the city manager. So if there are any of those things that we want to change, that is the job of this body, understanding that we have to submit to the state a zero balance budget. So any of the dollars that we would like to reprogram, that is what we are to do by consensus, understanding that we submit a zero balance budget. We can move all the monies around however we think is better suited for the operations of our city and vote on that and pass that as long as it's a zero balance budget. But the city manager has given us his recommended and proposed budget. It is not the budget of the City of East Point. Madam
Ready.
City Attorney.
No council member shall speak longer than 5 minutes at any one time, except by consent of the council. And in closing debate on any question as above provided, the speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, except by consent of the council. Members may speak 2 times to each subject. Council members may only direct their comments to the chair. If information is required from city staff, the council member may request to direct a question to the city manager. It does not denote that this is just for work or regular sessions. It just says members may speak 2 times to each subject, with 5 minutes being the max.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Martin Rogers, I know that you've been in twice. Councilmember Mitchell, I think you've been.
Yeah, I thought that was the kind of misconception last time. I think it's on the agenda. Councilwoman Rogers, after we had the discussion last time, decided to put this as an item to clarify that. I'm pulling it up now, but I thought it did say somewhere that that was for regular session meeting.
I'm reading directly from the current code.
Okay.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers did have an item that we just did a motion on for me to draft a work session ordinance, but it hasn't been approved yet.
Okay, so I thought the what was just read was for regular session, and we were trying to clarify or specify what the actual rules of work session would be.
We don't have any.
Right, I
I'm trying to pull it
understand.
up. Okay.
I'm not making a legal determination as to whether what I just read is for work or regular meeting, because it doesn't say it.
Okay.
That's going to have to be up to you guys to interpret. It simply just says, under Rule 8, members may speak 2 times to each subject.
Okay.
That's all it says.
Got you. Okay.
And then once the work session policy comes to you guys, then you can clarify that that doesn't apply to work sessions. That'll help clear up the ambiguity, but I think let's just leave it to the discretion of the chair, the current chair, the pro tem, as to whether or not you want this to apply here or just for regular meetings.
I think I kind of remember what the discussion was about. So is that only when, is there a difference between taking presentations and discussing a possible action as qualified as debate? I think if we look up the council rule, I'm trying to pull it up now.
Okay.
That specifies debate. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
So let me help you out. So that was a question that we had for the parliamentarian that came to our, came to the council's retreat that Saturday. She clarified that debate doesn't literally mean debating a motion on the floor. Debate is just an exchange of ideas. At least that's what she presented. Obviously, if y'all don't agree with that, that's fine.
I would just say like discussion. So say during work session, that's why I know we rarely make motions. I know it's not saying it's impossible unless, time is of the essence, but that's typically the difference between a regular work session is you open the floor up for discussion. which I think is a type of debate. And I think that might be limited to a certain amount of time. I don't have it in front of me, I'm just trying to speak off the top of my head.
I understand.
And then you get to go twice. It's a time limit on it. Opposed to, work session, once again, where it's presentations. There are a few things on here that have discussion and possible action if it's time related, or there's or if it is urgent. I'm trying to see if they have it on here tonight, but.
So you do have a current work session policy, but remember, that's the old one from 2009.
Okay.
And that work session policy talked about council member can submit 3 agenda items per work session. Each work session shall be limited to 2 presentations and not exceed a total of 30 minutes. Time-sensitive issues that require a vote of council will not apply to the constraints. The nature of the time-sensitive issue must be included in the item as it is placed on agenda. It's literally 5 different sentences, which is why Councilmember Martin Rogers wanted a more robust policy to clarify, I think, what you're talking about, whether or not these time limits apply, don't apply, and then we would need to amend, in my recommendation, so you don't have this issue further, that the one that's in Rule 8 only applies to regular session, right? That it doesn't say it now, but I think you bring up a good point. Maybe it should, so that there is no more confusion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And as the chair for this evening, I'm going to go ahead and make the ruling that I'm not going to cherry pick what you've read, because we've had more than 2 presentations tonight. And so for me then to limit the discussion to twice, then that is cherry picking. And so I'm a lot of things, but what I'm not going to be is unfair. And so I'm going to go ahead and hear from any other council members who are in, and then we can move forward. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and close out because the hour is getting late. But I do want to go on record and say that what's unrealistic is to lower our expectations for the highest paid city manager in East Point's history that has been here for 1 year. Last week, we were informed that we are no longer on the credit watch list, but that our bond rating has been removed due to these audits not being in. I heard the council member mention we haven't turned in audits on time since 2021. That's not true. The city of East Point, Georgia received a significant bond rating increase from AA3 from Moody's Investors in April of 2018. The rating was upgraded due to improved financial stability, strong reserves, and a growing tax base. Additionally, S&P Global Ratings raised the city's rating to AA in August of 2022. In 2018, we got an upgrade. In 2022, we got another upgrade. And actually, the last audit that was submitted was a 2023 audit. I sat down with Mr. Jones personally and told him that I had 5 priorities, and one was we need to get this audit done so that we can start looking at projects, so that we could start looking at better economic development for the city. The fiscal 2023 highlights for that year, the city reported an increase in fund balance by $6,586,190 and a total general fund unassigned fund balance of $26,122,470 as of June 2023. I don't like the message that is trying to be portrayed. And that is why I would like us to have a real conversation about where the money is, and not in buckets, but talk to us about the general fund and the enterprise fund. I don't want to hear about buckets. I want real numbers, and I want proof that this deficit actually exists. I keep hearing all this talking and talking and talking, but then when I ask for the information, I can never receive it. And it is absolutely absurd that a city council member has to do an open records request because the city manager is not following the communication protocol. We're going to talk about accountability next week. I want to say any assertion to the contrary not only represents the city's financial standing, but it also calls into question the integrity and professional credibility of multiple parties, including state auditors, independent licensed CPA firms who conducted the annual and forensic audits, as well as every mayor, council member of the finance department and members of the finance department who have been responsible for oversight and governance during these audit periods. I'm going to yield at this time because the hour is getting late. I just wanted to go on record for the constituents that I represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martin Rogers, and I'll recognize Ms. Cartwright, and then I've also been informed that City Manager Jones would like to say something, so I'll yield the floor to you, Ms. Cartwright.
Okay, did he want to go first, or?
Yes, Ms. Cartwright, thank you. Mr. Jones?
Okay, sir. Am I good?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, let me apologize for not being there. I have fallen ill and felt it be best that I stayed home and rushed the meeting. That being said, I do recall being available to talk about the budget this evening, but I did not anticipate that I would need to put it on the agenda, as that request for me to speak came from another part of the council. Being ready to provide information outside of the schedule is just being flexible to meet what council is needed. I've also just had a online webinar presentation that will be online, will be on the website tomorrow. I thought it was already on the website, but was informed that it hadn't got put on the website as of yet. But it will be on tomorrow, and so I invite the council to see that that presentation as well. That being said, it is never good, and certainly no reflection on previous city councils for missing the things that I've discovered with the help of the interim finance director. There's just processes that need to be better. We've been clear to say that. We're not pointing fingers. We're saying what we need to do to be better and to move forward. To stick your heads in the sand and deny those essential facts does not help us move forward, does not help the situation get better. We clearly have said for the onset of this year that there were several outlooks that were troubling. That by itself led to directing departments to do a 10% cutback. What does a 10% cutback look like? Well, it looks like holding back on certain office supplies. It looked like making less trips to training events that might be over essential needs to provide services. It looks like looking at the way we manage our overtime. It looks like a number of different things where staff sharpens the pencil and says, hey, we can still deliver these services at the quality levels that we have been, but maybe we can do that a little bit more efficiently. That's what 10% looks like. 10% was never going to be a solution to the challenges that we discovered during this process. The process of overestimating our revenues is something that was a discovery through a number of different processes, but frankly led with very direct presentations from third-party organizations like ECG and looking at our power. If we're overrepresenting in those areas of revenues, then there's a good chance maybe we've done it in other areas. And once we looked into it and found that we did and had been doing for the last over 10-year period, opened up a whole nother realization of how our fund balance has been managed and treated. Those are realities, and certainly if anyone has any trouble seeing that, I will slow down and show you exactly interaction by interaction how those projections have been entered, how those projections has been proved to be over based on actuals, and how those projections are directly related to budget requests as opposed to environmental situations. That's just clear. And now what we do about it is what we have to start dealing with in this budget and the coming year budgets. It's always been from the beginning that we're going to be looking at how to make our budget more transparent and how we're going to make our budget more priority based on data, based on information, and we're going to have to start somewhere, and in a lot of ways we're starting this year to gather some of those informations and build those data points and build those ways that the council has expressed, hoping to see their budget shown to them. Now I'm going to go ahead and let interim director go into the specifics of what we've been doing, but I want the council to know every step of the way we've run into challenges that have slowed down the process. And it doesn't just start with the audits, but it does involve the audits. If we don't have information to base on, or if we have uploads coming from previous years that are confusing, that's not on the current finance team. That's something that's been in the system that has never gotten corrected, and now we're having to correct those situations because we're building a budget that actually shows and accounts for true cash on hand, true revenue projections, and not just over-representing revenue projections only to balance the budget.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. If you are yielding at this time, I'll recognize Interim Finance Director, Ms. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just want to address the budget book also that was promised tonight. I understand that postponing the budget book is, the distribution of the budget book is frustrating. I understand that timing is critical and that you are eager to begin your final review. However, as the interim finance director, I have the fiduciary and ethical obligation to ensure that the document you receive is factual and legally bound. Alongside citizen Tony Rubulos, we have identified specific inconsistency with cost allocations. That's what has triggered this slowdown on the budget book. These are a reflection of past practices that lack precision that the administration and citizens deserve. To have distributed that document today would have been knowingly handing you the body a flawed roadmap to the city's future. My commitment to the city is centered on excellence and operational accountability. Part of that accountability means having the courage to stop the momentum of how things have always been done when those methods have no longer served the public interest and meet the professional accounting standards. We are ending those inconsistencies today. I recognize the frustration and the delay this may cause. However, a budget is a legal contract with our taxpayers. I refuse to ask the council to put their name on a document that contains inaccuracies which could jeopardize and complicate our future audits. We are currently correcting allocations, and you will have a corrected and accurate budget as soon as possible. I'm here to protect the financial integrity of the city, and I thank you for your patience as we ensure this budget meets the high standard our citizens and you deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright. Are there any other questions of either Ms. Cartwright or our city manager regarding the budget?
I do have a question.
Councilmember Caldwell.
So when can we expect this presentation? And I want to make sure that the ask are two separate asks for me. I want a presentation on the budget, what was communicated to the community, so that we could have a conversation around it. And yes, I would like for the budget book to be simple, for us to read it, understand it, and a lot clearer. I don't know if those conversations need to happen at the same time, but when can we expect that?
So I really wanted to get it to you before Monday, before the 18th, and so the goal is to have it, I don't want to, we're still working through those inconsistencies, but you'll definitely have it by Monday.
And so the other question, I guess, City Attorney, is around this public hearing. We have a public hearing set for Monday, the 18th, which is based off of a budget that is incorrect and has inconsistencies. So would we need to still have a public hearing on Monday if we're not looking at the right budget?
Couple of things. One is that my recommendation from last week was that there be a re-advertisement of the reimagined budget book during the same week that you guys get it. Number two, I think for the purposes of the ordinance, if you don't have the public hearing on the 18th, you may have to push back your adoption. Also, lastly, I do believe that the hearing has already been advertised, and to cancel the hearing after the advertisement, just like we do in zoning, you have the hearing anyway. If you want to withdraw the application, if you will, after the hearing has been advertised, in our zoning code, it doesn't allow you to do that. You have to still have it. So just to be consistent, with public hearings like we do in other disciplines, I would not recommend you cancel it, because people may have seen now that you're having one, and so people may have planned to be here for it.
So I guess my question then becomes, then it would put us in a position that we could potentially vote on a budget that is not correct by the June 1st meeting. If we don't ever receive a new and updated budget, and we've had a public hearing and we've met all of these requirements, then some council members may want to approve a budget that is incorrect. I personally do not, but I want to make sure that if we're hearing directly from our finance team that the budget is not correct, there is a new budget that is coming, I don't want to push us to vote if we know that there's different information that has to be presented, not only to us, but also to the community.
I do not recommend you vote on a budget that you haven't seen, right, in final form. I don't recommend that at all. Number two, you guys did agree to have a second public hearing. I'm trying to remember the date, but
26.
When is it?
May 26, Tuesday.
So you guys did vote to have a second public hearing. Hopefully that's been advertised so that it could satisfy what you're saying, that there is a revised budget book that's available to you guys and to the public in time for your second public hearing, just in case it's not available on the 18th.
And I was under the impression, and maybe we'll go back and listen to the motion, but the second public hearing was based on a number of days after we received the budget book, which is how we got to that 26th date. So if we did not get the budget book today, then is that still even valid?
I believe the second public hearing was because you were getting the presentation. Let me not try to do it by memory.
It was based on the budget book and a number of days, because that's when the changed information would have come to council and the community, and there was a number of days after that we would have another hearing.
I'm looking up your ordinance now, and then I'll look at state law to see if that 26 was as a result of something in here.
And I do have a question maybe I can ask Ms. Cartwright. This is something that came up from Power. In 2026, we projected $4.1 million in capital costs. So these are costs that go towards infrastructure, things of that nature. That projected amount was amended to 11.9 million. So we went from thinking we were going to spend 4.1 million, but we actually spent 11.9 million. Now, there's a narrative that's being said that summer rates are the reason that we're in a potential pickle, but it looks as if, from a projection standpoint, that's a grossly different amount. And then even when I look at FY27 projections, we're back at a 5.3 million projection when we just spent 11.9 million in FY26. So those are the type of things that I want to understand. Like, why would we have such a low projection on how much we're going to spend in the capital budget if we just spent 11.9 million? And is that number even accurate?
Okay, so you're saying that in 2026, there was a 4.1 capital cost, and then it was amended to 11.9? Okay, so I would have to look and see what, even though it was amended to 11.9, doesn't mean that they spent that. I'm not sure why it was amended to 11.9. The amended budget is just, it was amended from 4.1 to increase to 11.9. I don't know that they spent 11.9 without looking at their actuals. So I'd have to look at that and see what their actuals are right now, and that would tell us what they've spent so far. So if it was amended, the amended budget to 11.9, that doesn't mean they've spent that. I'd have to look at their report and see what they've spent.
Okay.
So in your, I'm sorry, Mr. Pro Tem, may I? In
Yes.
your ordinance, in your charter, section 5-102, it talks about that the city council shall publish in one or more newspapers of general circulation of the city the general summary of the budget in the notice stating the time and place not less than 2 weeks after such publication for a public hearing. So it sounds like the May 26th may have been to catch this not less than 2 weeks. And then, as you know, it talks about June, the first meeting in June for adoption.
So is that a requirement, not less than 2 weeks from when that budget is presented to us?
It's a requirement that it be published not less than 2 weeks for a
From the public hearing? So will we make any adjustments? Because if it's not published today, then we would not meet that 26th date.
Hence my earlier
it has to happen
recommendation
anyway.
that it should be published the same week that it goes out to the city council.
Excuse me?
Yes, I'm going to come to him just 1 second. I got your message. Councilman McCall, do you yield?
Yes, I yield. I just want to know the date in which we are going to have the presentation.
So I think that, so to Attorney Wiggins' point, we did discuss the 26th because it was in compliance with that ruling. And because we have not received the new budget book, I would be cautious about advertising a new date for a public hearing because we could be in the same pickle. If we don't get it for some reason, then we still have to go another 2 weeks out. So I think that we need to know definitively when we're going to get the book so that we can do the advertisement so that we meet that 2-week period threshold.
Hold on.
Yes, 1 second, Councilmember Mitchell.
Okay.
I'm going to recognize City Manager Jones and then you're next.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
No.
So I just want to say what the estimate of what the magnitude of the change is. I think we're in the position of 5 to 10% of changes that need to be made. So it's not like a drastic change that's going to, offset public opinion or public review up to this point. That being said, I also want to keep in mind the reason that we have public inspection is not so that the public gets to see it, but that the public get to have feedback. And frankly, that's exactly what is required us to give additional review in a couple of these items because it came from the public. And so it is a natural part of the process. I've personally been involved in at least another case where public had discovered things that staff hadn't, and brought it to the attention that created a requirement where we had to make some adjustments and even have a special meeting to get those addressed. But that's the process. The process is not to dictate and assume that everyone is just going to accept what you give. It is communication. It is a public review. It is at times a point where you have to make adjustments. That is why the budget process is set up the way it's set up.
Thank you, City Manager Jones. At this time, I'll recognize Councilmember Mitchell.
All right, thank you, Pro Tem. So I was just trying to clarify, because we already have, it's a proposed budget, so I'll view that as a working document. So it's not in its final form. If you change the format, the numbers are going to change. So I don't think every time it changes, it has to have to have a hearing for that.
I didn't say that.
No, I thought that was the sentiment.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, hold on, let me go back to my notes. So we already have the first one. So is it 2 weeks, 14 days after we have the first copy of the proposed budget? You guys see what I'm saying? So I don't see if we would need to advertise, if you change the format, change the numbers, change a projection or whatever. Would that take another advertisement? And I guess you're saying that's not the case. So I know we were discussing, should it be re-advertised or not?
So your first question was about a hearing. Now you're asking about an advertisement.
Oh, I'm sorry about the hearing, I'm sorry. Another hearing for it. Or was it?
We haven't had a hearing. We haven't
Okay.
had a public hearing on the budget.
So you read it earlier, so you said that it was 14 days after could you read that one more time?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might
The
have got
city
this wrong.
council shall publish in one or more newspapers of general circulation of the city the general summary of the budget in a notice stating, I'll read both of them, I did it the
Okay.
first time, the times and places where copies of the message and budget are available for inspection by the public, and the time and place not less than 2 weeks after publication for a public hearing on the budget. That's what your section -5-102 says.
So was the discussion before is we would have to re-advertise for something, or no? I might have got this mixed up.
I think what I was repeating was something I said last week about the state law that requires there to be a advertisement in the paper the same week that the budget is given to the council.
Okay, so that's already occurred. I'm assuming we advertised this already?
This one.
Because we have a copy, first copy you gave us. So I'm assuming that was advertised.
Yes, it was. And I think, I'm sorry, this.
No, let me turn mine on.
Okay. It was a method of caution, is what the Madam City Attorney was saying. The second advertisement was just precautionary for us to make sure that we were, within our.
Right, to meet the deadline, I'm just pretty sure we have to have it to the state. So I guess next steps is to have the 2 hearings. I think that's our next steps, that we have advertised, well, we put the information out there for the hearings, I'm assuming?
We'll be putting them out on Wednesday for the
Okay,
additional
okay.
advertisement.
We had
to cover our
the
services.
community meetings.
I'm sorry?
I said, I know we've had community meetings about the budget.
Yes, we
That wasn't
have.
necessary, okay. And it says you have to do that within 14 days from us receiving this?
It's 14 days for the city ordinance, and then for the state, I think she said it was 7 days we have to put it out.
Okay, sorry, y'all. Okay, thank you, I just wanted to clarify that.
Councilmember, are you still in?
I am.
Councilmember Martin Rogers and Councilmember Cummings.
Yes, and I want to say, if the recommended items are not restored to the budget, I'm not going to support it. I'm just not. You have not provided sufficient evidence to justify their removal. All I keep hearing is, oh, in the past, oh, and this, and oh, and that, but where is the proof? Show me where the money was transferred. Show me where the deficits are. I want to see it in black and white. That hasn't been proven. And additionally, it is the council, not the city manager, that has the authority to approve a budget. I just wanted the record to reflect that. And at this time, it is after 12 midnight. I do not want you all to lose the quorum, but it's after 12 midnight.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, real fast. So I know the first budget book that you gave us, and you say you're going to redo it, and we will have a new budget book on Monday.
No later than Monday.
No later than Monday. So, and I want to make sure that I'm clear. You said that the numbers, it was going to be a better version, something that we would be more friendly, that we could read, but the numbers were pretty much going to...
They'll pretty much stay the same. We just have to figure out the cost allocation.
Okay, so they're pretty much going to stay the same. So where do we go in? At what point do we make our recommendations? Like, I think everybody is dead set against, no education and travel. We have to definitely do something about that. So I know time is of the essence with this. There's a hard deadline. We have some dates that we need to meet. Now, if we're talking about you giving this new budget book, we have to do an advertisement. At what point do we take and we say, because just as Mayor Pro Tem Atkins stated, this is not what's edged in stone. This is just what you guys are proposing that we do. Of course, there's some things that we definitely don't agree with in here, especially with regards to the travel and education. So at what point do we say, hey, you guys have to put this travel and education back in here? So now technically that changes what the budget book is. So I guess my question now would be to Madam City Attorney with regards to that. Once we have our edits, those things that we like to see reflected in this budget, does that change it out again, or,
So let me say two things. One is I only make recommendations.
Okay.
I do not make decisions. I made a recommendation, just like Ms. Cartwright said, out of abundance of caution. If this changes drastically, that's not what then the public would have seen in preparation for the public hearing.
Gotcha.
A. B, I strongly advise that you guys look at not only your local ordinances, but the state law that governs budgets. OCGA 36-81-5B tells you what the minimum your budget should look like, right, before it comes to the council, and the whole thing about the advertisement during the same week it goes to council. And I think that will answer your questions about what, at the very least, you guys should receive. And again, it's only a recommendation, and I am okay if y'all disagree. It's just a recommendation, right, that based on the law, state and local, my recommendation was if it's a substantial change and it didn't meet the minimum requirement in 3681-5, you might want to do it again. If not, it's fine. We are within the guidelines, right? For the minimum, no less than 2 weeks that your local law requires. With the 2 budget hearings that you guys are scheduling, well, the one that's scheduled and the one I think Ms. Cartwright is saying is going to be advertised for the 26th. So that one hasn't been advertised yet, but she's committing that it is going to go to the paper on Wednesday, so it'll run the following Wednesday. So that would be less than 2 weeks. So the public hearing that you have to count would be the 18th.
So with the budget being like this, let's just, okay, there are things we say, we want you to make an adjustment on the education and travel. If there's $1 million that's in events or whatever, and you take that money and you reallocate it and you put it into education and travel, that's fine. We're good. Okay, so really, we just need you to redo some of the numbers that you guys have. Okay, that's just what I wanted to do. I just wanted to make sure, so that way, based on what we have already, it would not necessarily take us out of compliance with regards to how things, the time frame that this budget has to move forward, correct?
Respectfully, I only gave the recommendation based on what I heard from finance and the city manager,
Okay.
that there was inconsistencies, like there were some issues, right?
Mhm.
So I am gonna send you guys this code section, and you'll see what I'm saying, but changes that are not and when I say substantial, I'm talking about, for instance, it says that the proposed budget shall at minimum be an estimate of the financial requirements at the legal level of control for each fund requiring a budget for the appropriate budget period, and shall be in such form and detail with such supporting information and justifications.
Okay.
If that's
fine.
not
So-
there, right.
Okay, so I get it now. So what my question is, I think my initial question was, if you're just reallocating the money, hey, it doesn't work here, you need to put it over here. But you're talking about inconsistencies. I don't know how big the inconsistencies are. Are we talking about $100,000? Are we talking about millions of dollars? I don't know exactly what it is. So with that being said, because if we aren't clear, we don't know what these inconsistencies are. That could very well throw the budget off, correct? How close are we to figuring out how much the dollar amount on the inconsistencies?
I should have it finished tomorrow. That's why we were going to do the advertisement on Wednesday.
Fair enough, okay. So I think the biggest thing is just to figure out what the inconsistencies are. Once we figure that out, then we can tell if if this is truly gonna be a whole nother budget or no, correct? Okay.
And they're
I'm
minor changes.
Okay.
They're minor changes.
All right. All right, I yield. That kind of is.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. I just would like to just go over process again, and Interim Director Cartwright and Madam City Attorney, and Mr. Jones is on the phone. You guys can weigh in. I hear my colleagues, I hear comments from my colleagues stating that the city manager needs to go back in and add this or change this and add this. It is my understanding that that's not the process. He has already given us his proposed budget. It is our duty as the fiduciaries to look at that and say, we want to have dollars in here for travel. We want to have dollars in here for training. We want to have dollars in here for parks. That is for us to do. So the city manager doesn't have to add. He's already provided us his proposed budget. By consensus, we have to go back, as long as it is a zero balance budget, and reallocate those dollars basically by amendments. That is when we do that just before adoption. We amend the budget by saying this motion moves X amount of dollars from this line item to this line item and reduces this line item by that line item so that it is a zero balance budget. And I feel like I'm hearing colleagues that say the city manager needs to, he doesn't. And if he doesn't, we still have to move forward with the budget based on the reallocations that we do as a body for the things that we think the city needs. Please correct that process if it is not.
That's correct, because we take the direction from you and what your will is. So-
And that is why I said earlier that what we have received is not the budget for the city of East Point, Georgia. It is the proposed budget from the city manager. This body makes the final decision. We have to do the reprogramming and reallocations based on what we think we need as a city and the things that we think we're going to need to make sure that the service delivery is not diminished. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I will recognize Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and all I want to say is I'm going to close with this. We need to have a meeting so that we're not having one-on-ones and this person is saying no to education, travel, and training. We need to hear what everyone is saying, what they want in the budget and what they don't want out of the budget. I think that would be more beneficial, is to have transparency, because that is I'm sorry, I hear talking. I'll be quiet. That is something that a lot of council members get up here and say, transparency, accountability, but I would be interested in knowing who supports what and who doesn't. And then our constituents expect some sort of dialogue around what has been presented in this budget, because it is cause for concern. So we're losing the quorum, and thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding this agenda item? What? Okay, so we have lost our quorum. The record reflect that Councilmember Ziegler has left the meeting, and so we'll have to adjourn the meeting, our work session. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.